beneath the surface of our planet, something strange is hiding. It's older than any book, older than anything we've ever written down. Deep in the ground, the Earth keeps secrets we're only starting to uncover. Imagine ancient cities long turned to dust, forests growing over places no one remembers, and rocks holding quiet clues from a forgotten time. Some scientists have found fossils that don't fit the timeline, tools with no clear purpose, and rock layers that hint at events we can't explain. And now there's a new idea, the Silurian Hypothesis. It asks a wild question. What if there was a civilization here millions of years before humans? Could it be possible? And if it was, what would still be left to find? For as long as humans have gazed at the stars, we have pondered our place in the universe. Are we alone? Is there other intelligent life out there? But a different, equally profound question often goes unasked. Are we alone here on our own planet, in the long sweep of its history? This is the core of the big question. Could another advanced civilization have existed on Earth long before humans ever walked the planet? It is a thought that challenges our conventional understanding of history and our unique position in the story of life. Our current understanding of Earth's story places human civilization as we recognize it today as a very recent development. The first settled agricultural communities appeared perhaps 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. The development of large cities, complex societies, and industrial technology are even more recent. This entire span of human recorded history is a mere flicker when compared to the immense age of Earth itself, which scientists estimate to be approximately 4.54 billion years old. This vast, almost unimaginable timescale leaves immense stretches of time, hundreds of millions of years, during which conditions on Earth might have been suitable for the emergence of advanced life forms and even complex societies long before our species, Homo sapiens, evolved. The idea of a pre-human civilization immediately raises many sub-questions. What would advanced civilization even mean in this context? We tend to define it by our own technological progress, buildings, tools, complex communication, and significant alteration of the environment. Would such a civilization necessarily be carbon-based? Would it have walked on two legs or resembled us in any way? The possibilities are boundless. Perhaps they were an aquatic civilization, or insect-like, or even silicon-based. The crucial aspect for our investigation, however, is whether they reached a level of advancement that would leave behind some form of detectable technosignature, a sign of technology or industrial activity that could endure across geological time. The challenge of finding evidence for such a civilization is immense. Earth is a dynamic planet, constantly recycling its surface through processes like erosion, plate tectonics, and volcanism. Mountains rise and fall, continents drift, and ocean floors are subducted back into the mantle. Any physical structures, no matter how grand, would likely be ground into dust or swallowed by the Earth over tens of millions, let alone hundreds of millions, of years. Imagine trying to find traces of ancient Roman cities if they were 100 million years old, not just 2,000. The task becomes almost impossible for direct artifacts. This leads us to consider what indirect signs might remain. What if an ancient civilization had an industrial revolution similar to our own? Our current industrial activities are leaving clear technosignatures, increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, plastics in ocean sediments, specific pollutants, and altered geological layers. Could such signatures, if produced by a civilization millions of years ago, still be detectable in Earth's geological record today? This line of questioning forms the basis of what is known as the Silurian Hypothesis. It is not an assertion that such a civilization definitely existed, but rather a scientific thought experiment. It encourages us to look at existing geological, paleontological, and chemical data with a fresh perspective, instead of dismissing unusual finds or anomalies as natural phenomena. It prompts us to consider if there might be subtle, long-lasting indicators of non-natural processes from deep time. For instance, an unusually high concentration of certain elements in a very old sediment layer, or a sudden spike in atmospheric gases that doesn't align with known natural cycles. The very fact that we haven't found definitive evidence of a prior advanced civilization is often seen as proof that none existed. However, the absence of evidence is not always evidence of absence, especially when dealing with timescales that dwarf human comprehension. The Earth's geological record is incredibly incomplete, and much of it remains unexplored. We have sampled only a tiny fraction of the Earth's crust and ocean floor. Furthermore, our methods for detecting extremely ancient, subtle technosignatures are still in their infancy. We're only just beginning to understand what long-term signatures our own civilization might leave, let alone what an alien civilization on our own planet might have left behind. The big question forces us to confront our anthropocentric view of Earth's history. We often assume that humanity is the first, and perhaps only the species, to achieve advanced intelligence and widespread technological capability on this planet. But considering the 4.54 billion years of Earth's existence, with countless cycles of life, extinction, and environmental change, it seems almost statistically improbable that no other intelligent species could have arisen and developed some form of civilization, even if it lasted for only a geologically brief period, perhaps a few 100,000 years, before its demise. This thought experiment also has implications for our search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If it is so difficult to find evidence of a past civilization on our own planet, how much harder must it be to find one on a planet light years away? The challenges we face in detecting Earth's hypothetical ancient inhabitants are magnified when searching the vastness of space. Understanding the limitations of our search on Earth can inform and refine our strategies for looking beyond our solar system. Ultimately, the big question is about expanding our scientific imagination. It challenges us to look beyond immediate assumptions and consider the profound possibilities hidden within the deep history of our own world. It is about acknowledging the vastness of time and the dynamism of our planet, and how these factors conspire to hide the secrets of the distant past, whether such a civilization existed or not. The act of asking the question and devising ways to scientifically investigate it pushes the boundaries of our knowledge and encourages us to look at the familiar world around us with new, more curious eyes. It sets the stage for a deeper exploration into the nature of evidence, the processes of planetary change, and the very definition of civilization in a cosmic and geological context. The Silurian Hypothesis is a scientific thought experiment that asks a profound question. What if an advanced industrial civilization existed on Earth millions of years before humans? And what evidence of its existence, if any, could we possibly find today? It is not a claim that such a civilization definitely existed, but rather a framework for examining the long-term geological and atmospheric records for subtle signs that might indicate a non-natural, ancient event. The hypothesis was formally proposed in a 2018 paper by Adam Frank, an astrophysicist at the University of Rochester, and Gavin Schmidt, a climate scientist and director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Goddard Institute for Space Studies. The intriguing name, Silurian Hypothesis, actually comes from popular culture, specifically the classic British science fiction television series Doctor Who. In a 1970s episode, the Doctor encountered a race of intelligent reptilian humanoids called the Silurians. These beings, the story goes, were the dominant intelligent species on Earth millions of years ago, who went into hibernation to escape an impending natural catastrophe, only to awaken in the human era. While the fictional origin provides a catchy name, the scientific paper uses the concept as a springboard for a serious discussion about the potential for undetectable, pre-human technological civilizations on Earth. The name Silurian itself refers to a geological period from about 444 million to 419 million years ago, a time far too ancient for the kind of complex life forms we're discussing. The hypothesis, however, is not restricted to that specific period, but rather encompasses any potential pre-human epoch. The core of the Silurian hypothesis revolves around the idea of technosignatures. When we search for extraterrestrial intelligence, we look for technosignatures, signs of technology on other planets. Frank and Schmidt turned this concept inward, asking what our own industrial civilization's technosignatures would look like in the geological record, millions of years from now. By understanding what traces we are leaving behind, we can better hypothesize what a past civilization on Earth might have left. The key is industrial, because it implies large-scale energy use and material processing, which would inevitably leave detectable marks on the planet. The paper identifies several types of potential technosignatures that an ancient industrial civilization might have produced, and which could theoretically survive for tens or hundreds of millions of years. First, atmospheric composition changes. Our current industrial civilization has dramatically increased carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, leading to global warming. An ancient industrial civilization would likely have done the same. While the atmosphere itself recycles, chemical signatures of past atmospheric conditions can be preserved in ice cores and sediment layers. For example, a sudden spike in carbon isotopes or nitrogen oxides that cannot be explained by natural volcanic activity or other geological processes might indicate ancient industrial emissions. Second, sedimentary anomalies. An industrial society uses and produces many synthetic materials and waste products, while direct physical objects like buildings or tools would almost certainly be destroyed by geological processes over millions of years. The chemical components of these materials might persist. This could include stable isotopes of elements, rare metals, or even long-lived synthetic compounds embedded in sediment layers. Even microplastics, a hallmark of our own era, could theoretically leave a subtle chemical trace millions of years later, though this is highly speculative given their degradation rates. Third, long-lived radioactive isotopes and waste. If an ancient civilization developed nuclear power or weapons, they would have produced radioactive waste. While many radioactive isotopes decay relatively quickly, some, like plutonium-244, have extremely long half-lives and could still be detectable today, albeit in minute quantities. The presence of such isotopes in ancient geological strata, particularly in a context that cannot be explained by natural geological or astronomical events, would be a strong, though difficult to verify, indicator. Fourth, geological alterations, large-scale mining, drilling, or terraforming efforts by an advanced civilization could leave scars on the Earth's crust. While erosion would eventually smooth over surface features, the underlying geological disturbances, such as tunnels or deep mine shafts, might leave persistent structural anomalies or mineralogical changes detectable through advanced geological surveys. However, these are the least likely to survive intact over immense timescales. The purpose of the Silurian hypothesis is not to provide immediate answers or to claim that ancient aliens walked the Earth. Instead, it serves as a crucial lens through which to re-examine existing scientific data. Scientists regularly analyze ice cores that contain atmospheric data going back hundreds of thousands of years, and geological sediment cores that stretch back hundreds of millions of years. These records are typically interpreted through known natural processes like volcanism, asteroid impacts, and biological cycles. The hypothesis urges scientists to consider if any anomalies in these records, which currently lack a conventional explanation, could potentially point to an industrial event of non-natural origin. A key point highlighted by Frank and Schmidt is the concept of a bottleneck in the geological record. If a civilization lasted for only, say, 100,000 years, that is still a mere blip in the 4.54 billion years of Earth's history. The chances of that brief period coinciding with a geological layer that is well preserved, accessible, and thoroughly studied are exceedingly small. Furthermore, such a civilization might not have existed during a period conducive to fossilization or preservation of technosignatures. The Earth's dynamic nature means that vast amounts of its past surface have been destroyed or recycled. To truly grasp the implications of a pre-human civilization, one must first comprehend the immense, almost unfathomable, scale of Earth's history. Our planet is approximately 4.54 billion years old. This number, 4 billion, 540 million years, is so vast that it dwarfs any human experience or historical record. To put it into perspective, the entire span of human civilization, from the first settled villages to the digital age, covers a mere 12,000 years, a fraction of a percent of Earth's total existence. This colossal span of time, known as deep time, is the canvas upon which Earth's long story unfolds, a story filled with dramatic changes, the rise and fall of countless life forms, and repeated transformations of the planet itself. Scientists divide Earth's history into vast time segments, much like chapters in an epic book, to help organize and understand its evolution. These primary divisions are called eons. The first eon is the Hadean eon, stretching from Earth's formation about 4.54 billion years ago to roughly 4 billion years ago. During this fiery period, Earth was a molten, inhospitable place, constantly bombarded by asteroids and comets. As it gradually cooled, the first oceans began to form from condensing water vapor. Life as we know it would have been impossible during most of this eon. Next came the Archean eon, from 4 billion to 2.5 billion years ago. This eon saw the stabilization of Earth's crust, the formation of continents, and, crucially, the emergence of the very first life forms. These were simple, single-celled organisms, mostly bacteria and archaea, living in the oceans. Evidence of their existence comes from ancient stromatolites, layered structures built by microbial mats. The atmosphere during this time was very different from today's, lacking significant free oxygen. The Proterozoic eon followed, spanning a massive period from 2.5 billion to 541 million years ago. This was an eon of immense change. Photosynthesis, carried out by cyanobacteria, began to release large amounts of oxygen into the atmosphere, leading to the Great Oxidation Event. This event was actually a major environmental catastrophe for much of the anaerobic life existing at the time, but it paved the way for more complex life. Towards the end of the Proterozoic, the first multicelled organisms appeared, and large, complex organisms like the Ediacaran biota emerged, though they were very different from modern animals, even over this 2 billion year span. Conditions for a technological civilization were likely not present. Finally, we arrive at the Phanerozoic eon, which began 541 million years ago and continues to the present day. This is the eon of visible life, characterized by the rapid diversification of complex multicellular organisms with hard parts, leading to an abundant fossil record. This eon is further divided into 3 eras. The Paleozoic era began with the Cambrian explosion, an astonishing burst of evolutionary innovation, where most major animal groups appeared in a relatively short geological time. This era saw the evolution of fish, the colonization of land by plants and then animals, and the appearance of amphibians and early reptiles. It ended with the Permian-Triassic extinction event, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history, wiping out over 90% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. The Mesozoic era is famously known as the Age of Dinosaurs. This era includes the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods, Mammals also evolved during this time, though they remained small and overshadowed by the dominant reptiles. It concluded with the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, caused by a large asteroid impact, which led to the demise of the non-avian dinosaurs and opened up ecological niches for mammals. This era, particularly the late Cretaceous, is often cited as a hypothetical window for the kind of ancient civilization considered by the Silurian Hypothesis, as it represents a period of diverse, complex life before the rise of mammals to dominance. The Cenozoic era is the age of mammals. Following the KPG extinction, mammals diversified and grew in size, filling the ecological roles left vacant by the dinosaurs. This era has seen the evolution of primates, the development of grasslands, ice ages, and ultimately, the emergence of our own species. Homo sapiens appeared only about 300,000 years ago, and our earliest ancestors of the genus Homo date back about 2.8 million years. The Industrial Age, which began a mere few hundred years ago, is an almost immeasurable point at the very end of this vast timeline. The profound implication of Earth's long story is the sheer amount of time available for anything to happen. If a civilization existed for even a few 100,000 years, that period would still be a tiny blip on the 4.54 billion year geological clock. The Earth's dynamic nature means that direct evidence of such a civilization would be incredibly difficult to find. Geological processes continuously recycle the planet's surface. Ocean crust is constantly created at mid-ocean ridges and then subducted back into the mantle, meaning no ocean floor today is older than about 200 million years. Continents are eroded by wind and water, and their sediments are deposited elsewhere or carried to the sea. Rocks are subjected to heat and pressure, transforming them. What was once on the surface might be buried miles deep or melted and reformed. This relentless geological activity acts as a grand eraser, obliterating most traces of past events, especially those that are not robust biological fossils or widespread geological formations. Understanding Earth's long story is crucial because it provides the context for the Silurian Hypothesis. It shows that there has been ample time, many hundreds of millions of years, for multiple cycles of complex life to emerge, evolve, and potentially reach advanced stages. While we have no definitive proof of a pre-human civilization, the vastness of deep time ensures that the possibility, however remote, cannot be entirely dismissed without thorough investigation of the geological record. It prompts us to consider that our brief moment of technological prominence might not be unique in the incredibly long and eventful history of our own planet. To truly grasp the concept of whether another civilization could have existed on Earth before us, it is essential to understand the immense span of time that the planet has experienced. Human civilization, in its current recognized form, is but a fleeting moment when viewed against the backdrop of Earth's 4.54 billion-year history. Imagine a single calendar year representing Earth's entire existence. On this scale, human civilization would barely occupy the last few seconds of December 31st. This profound disproportion highlights just how recent our appearance is and provides an enormous window for other potential. Ancient developments. Our planet coalesced from dust and gas around 4.54 billion years ago. For the first many hundreds of millions of years, Earth was a violent, hot world, bombarded by asteroids and lacking a stable surface or atmosphere capable of sustaining life as we know it. The conditions were hostile, with widespread volcanism and a primordial atmosphere very different from today's. It was not until around 3.8 billion years ago that the first definitive evidence of life emerged in the form of simple, single-celled organisms. These early life forms, such as bacteria and archaea, began the slow process of transforming Earth's atmosphere, notably by introducing oxygen, a process that unfolded over billions of years, For an astonishingly long period, life remained microscopic. The journey from simple single cells to complex multicellular organisms was gradual and punctuated by significant evolutionary leaps. The Cambrian explosion, which occurred approximately 541 million years ago, marks a pivotal moment. Before this period, life was predominantly soft-bodied and simple. During the Cambrian explosion, there was a rapid diversification of life forms, leading to the appearance of most major animal groups we recognize today, characterized by hard body parts like shells and skeletons. This event signifies the dawn of complex, visible life that could leave a more substantial fossil record. Following the Cambrian period, Earth saw a parade of diverse life forms, adapting and evolving over vast spans. Fish, amphibians, and reptiles came and went, dominating various ecosystems. The age of dinosaurs, known as the Mesozoic era, lasted for about 184 million years, from 252 million years ago until 66 million years ago. During this immense stretch of time, enormous creatures roamed the land, and diverse life thrived in the oceans and skies. The sheer duration of the dinosaur era alone exceeds the entire span of time since their extinction to the present day. This era ended dramatically with the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, caused by a massive asteroid impact 66 million years ago, which wiped out 3/4 of all plant and animal species, including most of the dinosaurs. The extinction of the dinosaurs paved the way for the rise of mammals. Over the next 66 million years, mammals diversified and evolved to fill the ecological niches left vacant. This Cenozoic era, often called the Age of Mammals, saw the evolution of various mammalian forms, eventually leading to the emergence of primates. Our own lineage, the hominids, began to diverge from other primates several million years ago. The first members of the genus Homo, our direct ancestors, appeared around 2.8 million years ago in Africa. These early hominids gradually developed tool-making abilities and increasingly complex social structures. The species Homo sapiens, modern humans, only appeared relatively recently, originating in Africa approximately 300,000 years ago. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors lived as hunter-gatherers, spreading across continents. The profound shift that truly marks the beginning of what we call civilization occurred with the agricultural revolution, which began around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Before this, humans lived nomadic lives. Agriculture allowed for sedentary settlements, population growth, and the development of surplus food, which in turn led to specialization of labor, the emergence of villages, and eventually, the first urban centers, the first cities, like those in Mesopotamia, appeared around 5,500 years ago. This period saw the invention of writing, complex political systems, and monumental architecture. From this point, human civilization began its accelerating trajectory. The invention of the wheel, metallurgy, and organized religion all contributed to increasingly sophisticated societies. The development of empires, trade networks, and sophisticated legal codes marked further advancement over thousands of years. The pace of change accelerated dramatically with the Industrial Revolution. Beginning in the late 18th century, this period saw fundamental transformations in manufacturing, energy production, and transportation, leading to unprecedented economic growth, urbanization, and technological progress. The last 2 centuries, in particular, have witnessed an explosion of scientific knowledge and technological capability, culminating in the information age and the global interconnectedness we experience today. When we consider these timelines, the recency of human civilization becomes starkly clear. From the first single-celled life to the first complex animals, billions of years passed. From the extinction of the dinosaurs to the first humans, tens of millions of years elapsed. From the first humans to the first cities, hundreds of thousands of years went by. And from the first cities to our current global, industrialized, digital civilization, only about 5,500 years have passed. This mere blink of an eye in Earth's history means that the vast majority of geological time, billions of years, occurred before anything remotely resembling human civilization existed. This immense, empty canvas of time is precisely what fuels the question of whether another intelligent, technological civilization could have risen and fallen, leaving little to no detectable trace, long before our species even came into being. Every form of life, from the simplest bacterium to the most complex civilization, leaves behind evidence of its existence. These marks are imprints on the environment, ranging from subtle chemical alterations to grand physical structures. Understanding these various ways life leaves its signature is crucial when considering the possibility of a past civilization on Earth, as it helps us identify what sorts of traces might persist over geological time scales at the most basic biological level. Life leaves marks through its physical remains, or fossils. When an organism dies, its hard parts like bones, teeth, shells, or wood can be preserved under specific conditions, turning into rock over millions of years. Even soft tissues can sometimes leave impressions or chemical residues. These are the direct biological marks of individual organisms, and by extension, the species that made them. For a civilization, the most straightforward marks would be the fossilized remains of its inhabitants, or perhaps their domesticated animals and cultivated plants, preserved in ancient sediments. Beyond individual organisms, a civilization, by its very nature, significantly alters its environment on a larger scale. One of the most obvious ways is through the creation of physical structures. Buildings, roads, bridges, dams, and cities are monumental constructions that rearrange Earth's surface. Ancient human civilizations left behind pyramids, Roman roads, and vast irrigation systems. These structures are made of durable materials like stone, concrete, or fired brick. If a civilization existed millions of years ago, its large-scale architecture, quarries, or engineered landscapes might, hypothetically, be preserved as distinct geological anomalies or rearranged rock formations. The scale of these modifications, such as the construction of major infrastructure or large-scale terraforming efforts, would leave patterns in the geology that are distinct from natural processes. Waste products are another undeniable mark of civilization. Modern human society generates enormous quantities of waste, much of which is highly durable. Plastics, for instance, are synthetic polymers that degrade very slowly, taking hundreds to thousands of years to break down. Even then, they might persist as microplastics in sediments for much longer. Industrial byproducts, such as slag from metal smelting, ash from burning fossil fuels, or chemically altered soils from industrial processes, represent persistent chemical and material residues. If a past civilization had similar industrial activities, its waste dumps, landfills, or dispersed industrial detritus might form distinct stratigraphic layers in the geological record, containing materials or chemical signatures that do not occur naturally. Furthermore, the very act of extracting resources leaves indelible marks. Mining operations, whether for metals, coal, or other raw materials, create vast pits, tunnels, and spoil heaps. These large-scale disturbances alter the geology and can be detectable as anomalous concentrations of certain minerals or rearranged subsurface structures. The processing of these resources, such as the refining of metals, can leave behind unique elemental ratios or isotopic signatures in the surrounding environment, distinct from natural background levels. For example, the widespread use of fossil fuels by a past civilization would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere and oceans, which could potentially be recorded in sedimentary rocks or ice cores formed during that period. A civilization's impact extends to the global environment, particularly its atmosphere and oceans. The burning of fossil fuels or large-scale industrial processes release gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and other pollutants into the atmosphere. Over long periods, significant emissions could alter the planet's climate, leading to warming or cooling trends that leave discernible signatures in geological archives like ice cores, ocean sediments, or ancient soil layers. A past civilization might also have released specific industrial chemicals or radioactive isotopes that would persist in the environment for exceptionally long durations, acting as persistent chemical markers. Beyond direct physical and chemical traces, a civilization can leave trace fossils of its activity. These are not the remains of organisms themselves, but evidence of their behavior. Human footprints, tool marks on stone, or carved symbols in rock are examples of such traces. While individual marks might be lost, widespread patterns of activity, such as extensive agricultural terraces, artificial channels for water management, or even large areas of deforestation followed by specific types of reforestation, could be reflected in soil composition, erosion patterns, or pollen records over long periods. Even the distinctive patterns of settlement, like straight lines or geometric arrangements, might be detectable in ancient geological formations if conditions for preservation were ideal. Finally, the most advanced civilizations might even leave behind unique energy signatures. While radio waves dissipate quickly in space, an extremely powerful, long-lasting energy source or large-scale energy manipulation could, in theory, leave some subtle, indirect geological or chemical trace related to its energy production or consumption. However, these are far more speculative and ephemeral than physical or chemical marks. The key challenge for detecting such ancient marks is that geological processes are relentless. Erosion grinds mountains to dust, plate tectonics subducts crust back into the mantle, and volcanic activity resurfaces vast areas. Over tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, most surface evidence is obliterated. Therefore, the search for ancient civilizations focuses on what might survive these intense forces, highly durable materials, global-scale environmental changes, or deep subsurface alterations that escape the most destructive surface processes. When considering whether an ancient civilization might have existed on Earth, it becomes critical to distinguish between the natural marks left by geological and biological processes and the potential technosignatures that would indicate the presence of technology and intelligent activity. The challenge lies in the fact that natural processes can, at times, create patterns or structures that might initially seem anomalous. Therefore, identifying a technosignature requires looking for evidence that cannot be explained by any known natural phenomenon and that points specifically to intelligent design or industrial activity. Natural geological traces are ubiquitous and form the bedrock of our understanding of Earth's deep history. The most fundamental is stratigraphy, the layering of rocks over millions of years. Each layer, or stratum, represents a period of deposition, containing clues about ancient environments, climates, and life forms. Sedimentation, the process by which particles settle out of water or air, naturally creates distinct layers. Volcanic eruptions leave behind layers of ash and lava. Erosion carves out canyons and shapes landscapes over vast time scales. These processes create immense geological features, such as mountain ranges, fossilized ancient seabeds, and widespread igneous or metamorphic rock formations. These natural marks are the background noise against which any potential technosignatures must stand out. Fossils, while indicating life, are generally considered natural. Biological traces. They include the preserved remains of plants and animals, ranging from microscopic bacteria to enormous dinosaur skeletons. These fossils tell us about the evolution of life, the types of organisms that existed, and their environments. However, a fossil of a tree or a dinosaur, while an old mark, is not a technosignature. It is a natural biological mark. The distinction becomes crucial when we consider the remains of intelligent life. A fossilized human skeleton is a biological mark, but a fossilized tool found alongside it might be considered a technosignature. Technosignatures, In contrast, are patterns or substances that definitively point to technology or organized, large-scale, intelligent intervention. One potential category of techno-signatures involves direct, physical artifacts. These would be the remains of buildings, tools, machinery, or other manufactured objects. However, the preservation of such items over tens or hundreds of millions of years is extremely challenging. Geological forces like erosion, subduction, and metamorphism would likely destroy or dramatically alter most artificial structures. For anything to survive, it would need to be made of exceptionally durable materials and become rapidly buried and protected from these forces, perhaps through rapid sedimentation or burial in stable, non-tectonically active regions. More likely, a civilization might leave behind anthropogenic sedimentary layers. These would be distinct geological strata formed not by natural deposition, but by widespread human activity. Examples could include layers of processed materials like concrete, bricks, or refined metals, massive quantities of non-naturally occurring waste products like plastics or industrial slag, or significantly rearranged natural rock due to large-scale construction, mining, or quarrying. Such layers would appear out of place within the natural geological sequence, exhibiting compositions, textures, or structures inconsistent with natural formation processes. Chemical anomalies represent a particularly promising avenue for detecting ancient technosignatures. A technologically advanced civilization would likely engage in chemical transformations not typically found in nature. One such indicator could be unusual elemental concentrations. Extensive mining and processing of specific elements, such as copper, iron, or rare earth metals, would result in localized or widespread anomalies within geological layers. A strikingly high concentration of a metal in an ancient stratum without a natural explanation could serve as a clue. Additionally, altered isotopic ratios may point to industrial activity, especially if nuclear processes like fission or fusion were involved, leaving behind distinctive isotopic signatures of elements like uranium and plutonium. Even non-nuclear industries could subtly shift isotopic balances. Lastly, the presence of synthetic compounds, such as plastics, persistent organic pollutants, or unique alloys, offers another line of evidence. While many degrade over time, some are remarkably stable and could survive for millions of years in protected environments like deep-sea sediments or polar ice. Atmospheric and climate alterations also constitute potential techno-signatures. A civilization engaging in large-scale burning of fossil fuels or industrial processes would significantly alter the composition of Earth's atmosphere, particularly levels of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. These changes could be recorded in ice cores, ocean sediments, or ancient soil layers. While natural climate cycles cause fluctuations, a prolonged, intense, and distinct perturbation in these gas levels, combined with other chemical evidence, might hint at non-natural causes. For example, a sharp, sustained spike in carbon-13 or carbon-14 isotopes in ancient sediments, distinct from natural volcanic or biological carbon cycles, could suggest the burning of fossil fuels. Large-scale geological modification goes beyond building structures. This includes evidence of deliberate planetary engineering or terraforming, such as the creation of vast artificial lakes, major river diversions, or even subtle changes to plate tectonics or volcanic activity. If the civilization possessed such advanced capabilities, these changes would be visible as grand geological anomalies not explainable by natural forces. The primary challenge in identifying these techno-signatures lies in distinguishing them from natural processes. For instance, naturally occurring mineral veins can resemble artificial structures. Some geological formations, like columnar jointing in basalt, can appear surprisingly uniform and ordered. Biological processes, too, can concentrate elements or create unique chemical environments. The key is to look for patterns that are highly improbable or impossible under natural conditions and that exhibit characteristics of intelligent design, industrial scale, or specific, non-natural chemical reactions. This often requires multiple lines of evidence converging on the same conclusion, ruling out all natural explanations before even tentatively considering an ancient civilization. The quest to find traces of a civilization millions of years old on Earth faces immense challenges, primarily due to the relentless and powerful natural processes that constantly reshape our planet. Unlike archaeological digs that uncover evidence from thousands of years ago, searching for signs from tens or hundreds of millions of years in the past requires understanding how Earth's dynamic systems erase or bury evidence over vast geological timescales. The forces of erosion, weathering, and plate tectonics are particularly effective at obliterating surface features and even deep-seated anomalies. Erosion is a primary destroyer of surface evidence. Wind, water, and ice constantly wear down mountains, transport sediment, and scour landscapes. A city built of stone or metal, if left exposed for millions of years, would be slowly but surely ground into dust and washed away. Rivers carry sediment to the oceans, glaciers carve valleys, and winds abrade rock surfaces. Over geological time, even the most massive structures would succumb to these forces. Imagine the Grand Canyon, a testament to millions of years of river erosion. Any structures built in that region during its formation would have been utterly removed. The materials from these eroded structures would then be incorporated into new sediments, losing their distinct, artificial form and becoming indistinguishable from natural rock particles. Closely related to erosion is weathering, the process by which rocks and artificial materials break down in place. Physical weathering, such as freeze-thaw cycles or root growth, cracks and fragments materials. Chemical weathering, like oxidation or dissolution by acidic rain, transforms the chemical composition of materials. Metals corrode, concrete degrades, and even durable plastics can slowly break down into microparticles. Over millions of years, these processes would reduce most manufactured objects to their constituent elements, dispersed and mixed with natural geological materials, making them virtually impossible to identify as artificial. Perhaps the most profound challenge comes from plate tectonics, the movement of Earth's massive crustal plates. Earth's surface is not static. It is a dynamic mosaic of plates that constantly move, collide, and separate. This movement has several destructive implications for ancient evidence. When oceanic plates collide with continental plates, one plate is often forced beneath the other in a process called subduction. Any surface features or shallow crustal evidence on the subducting plate is carried deep into the Earth's mantle, where it is melted and recycled. This means that vast swathes of Earth's crust, and anything on or in it, are periodically erased from the surface record. Plate collisions also lead to mountain building. As continents collide, immense pressure and heat are generated, deforming and metamorphosing existing rocks. Original structures are folded, fractured, and chemically altered, often to the point where their original form is unrecognizable. A city caught in such a collision would be crushed, melted, and transformed into new, metamorphic rock. Its artificial geometry obliterated. Even if some material survived, it would be deeply buried and incredibly difficult to access or interpret. Volcanic activity, another consequence of plate tectonics, also plays a dual role. While volcanic ash can sometimes preserve delicate structures by burying them rapidly, widespread volcanism can also destroy existing landscapes by covering them with thick layers of lava or ash, or by causing massive eruptions that reshape entire regions. Over millions of years, repeated volcanic events would bury and rebury, or simply obliterate, any surface evidence. Beyond destruction, the process of sedimentation and lithification also makes finding old marks difficult. While rapid burial can protect artifacts from immediate erosion, it also makes them inaccessible. Over geological time, layers of sediment accumulate, burying older layers deeper and deeper. As these layers are buried, they are subjected to increasing pressure and temperature, which compacts them and transforms them into solid rock. This process, diagenesis, can further alter or destroy the original structure of buried artifacts. Finding a specific, small, artificial object within miles of solid rock is akin to finding a needle in a planetary haystack. Even if an artifact were perfectly preserved within rock, the rock itself might undergo metamorphism. If buried deeply enough or subjected to tectonic forces, sedimentary rocks can be transformed into metamorphic rocks, like marble or slate. This process involves intense heat and pressure, which recrystallizes the minerals within the rock, completely obliterating any original textures or structures, including those of embedded artifacts. A metal tool, for instance, might be reduced to a few dispersed atoms within a new mineral matrix. The sheer passage of time itself is a formidable foe. Millions of years provide ample opportunity for these destructive processes to act repeatedly and cumulatively. What might survive a few thousand years will almost certainly not survive tens of millions. The geological record is inherently incomplete, biased towards the preservation of certain types of materials and environments. Soft-bodied organisms rarely fossilize, and similarly, many manufactured materials are not designed for geological longevity. Therefore, the search for very old marks shifts from looking for intact structures to searching for more subtle, persistent anomalies. This includes widespread chemical signatures, unusual isotopic ratios, or distinct geological layers that could only be explained by large-scale industrial activity. Even these, however, would have to withstand the constant churning and recycling of Earth's crust. The immense difficulty of finding such ancient traces is why the Silurian hypothesis remains firmly in the realm of speculation, requiring us to consider what minimal, yet undeniable, evidence could possibly persist through such vast and destructive spans of time. Speculating on the possible nature and appearance of a pre-human civilization requires a departure from our human-centric view. Considering the vast diversity of life that has evolved on Earth and the myriad paths intelligence might take. Such a civilization would not necessarily be humanoid, nor would its technology necessarily resemble ours. Their form, environment, and evolutionary history would profoundly shape their civilization and the types of marks they might leave behind. One of the most fundamental considerations is their physical form. Life on Earth has explored countless body plans. If intelligence arose in, for example, a cephalopod-like creature, their civilization might be entirely aquatic. Their technology would be adapted to a watery environment, perhaps utilizing hydrodynamics, bioluminescence, or pressure-resistant materials. Their structures might be built on the seafloor, carved into underwater rock formations, or even be biological in nature. Using genetically engineered organisms for construction, the marks they leave would be primarily in deep ocean sediments, potentially preserved from surface erosion, but incredibly difficult for us to access and interpret. Alternatively, intelligence could have evolved in an insect-like species, leading to a highly communal, hive-based civilization. Their structures might resemble vast, intricate mounds or underground networks, built with biological secretions, modified earth, or even advanced forms of chitin-based materials. Their technology might focus on chemical communication, bioengineering, or microscale manipulation. The traces left could be extensive subterranean complexes or uniquely altered soil compositions over wide areas. Consider also the possibility of a reptilian or avian intelligence. A reptilian civilization might be adapted to hot, arid environments, building with durable rock or ceramics, perhaps utilizing geothermal energy. An avian civilization might build structures in high places, or develop lightweight, aerodynamic technologies, potentially leaving aerial or high-altitude signatures that are less prone to surface erosion, but still subject to atmospheric processes. Their impact on the planet might be less about heavy industry and more about atmospheric manipulation or resource extraction from specific, elevated locations. The size of the intelligent beings also matters. If they were microscopic, their civilization might be a vast network of engineered microorganisms, altering the planet on a cellular or molecular level, leaving only subtle chemical or genetic traces. If they were gigantic, their structures and resource extraction would be on an immense scale, potentially leaving very large, distinct geological scars. However, larger creatures generally require more resources and are more susceptible to environmental changes, potentially limiting their longevity. Their sensory perception would also influence their technology. If they relied on echolocation, their technology might involve advanced acoustics or sonic manipulation. If they had highly developed chemosensory abilities, their technology might be based on complex chemical synthesis and detection. This would lead to different priorities in their scientific and technological development, and thus different types of waste products or energy signatures. For example, a civilization that primarily uses sound for communication and navigation might develop sophisticated sonic emitters or receivers, leaving behind unique material compositions or energy traces related to sound production. The nature of their technology would be profoundly shaped by their biology and environment. They might not use fire or electricity in the same way humans do. Their energy sources could be entirely different: geothermal, biological, tidal, or even harnessing exotic physical phenomena. Their material science might be based on principles we don't yet understand, creating substances that are incredibly durable or that degrade into unique, non-natural forms. For instance, if their planet lacked abundant metals, they might develop advanced ceramics, bioplastics, or composite materials that leave different types of geological traces. The longevity and scale of their civilization are also critical. A short-lived civilization, even if technologically advanced, would leave fewer and more ephemeral marks. A civilization that lasted for millions of years, like some of Earth's dominant biological forms, would have a much greater chance of leaving detectable, widespread signatures, even if they are subtle. The extent of their global impact, whether they were confined to a single continent or spread across the entire planet, would also determine the scale and distribution of their potential technosignatures. Finally, their social structure and goals could influence their physical legacy. A highly cooperative, unified civilization might undertake massive, coordinated planetary engineering projects. A fragmented, warring civilization might leave behind evidence of widespread destruction or defensive structures. If their ultimate goal was to leave Earth, they might have developed advanced space travel, potentially leaving behind launch sites or orbital debris, though these would be exceedingly difficult to find after millions of years. If they retreated underground or into the oceans, their marks would be hidden from easy detection. In essence, a pre-human civilization might look radically different from anything we imagine. Their cities might be vast, fungal networks. Their tools might be bioengineered organisms, and their waste might be unique chemical compounds. The challenge for us is to broaden our search beyond human-like expectations and consider the full spectrum of possibilities that Earth's long evolutionary history might have produced, looking for anomalies that defy natural explanation, regardless of their form. To understand the vastness of Earth's history before the emergence of Homo sapiens, it is essential to briefly review the dominant life forms and major geological eras that preceded us. Our planet has been teeming with life for billions of years, undergoing profound transformations, with different groups of organisms rising to prominence, diversifying, and sometimes facing mass extinction, long before anything resembling a human walked the Earth. The earliest and longest chapter of Earth's biological history is the Precambrian Eon, which spans from Earth's formation about 4.54 billion years ago until the start of the Cambrian period, approximately 541 million years ago. For the first 2 billion years or so, Earth's surface was likely too hot and unstable for life. The earliest definitive evidence of life in the form of simple, single-celled organisms like bacteria and archaea appears around 3.8 billion years ago. These microscopic life forms were the sole inhabitants of Earth for an incredibly long time. A major turning point in the Precambrian was the Great Oxidation Event, which began around 2.4 billion years ago. Photosynthetic bacteria, particularly cyanobacteria, began producing oxygen as a byproduct, slowly accumulating it in the atmosphere and oceans. This was a monumental environmental change, leading to the extinction of many anaerobic life forms, but paving the way for the evolution of oxygen-breathing organisms. Towards the end of the Precambrian, in the Ediacaran period, the first complex, multicellular life forms appeared. These were soft-bodied, often disc-shaped or frond-like organisms, quite unlike modern animals. And their fossil record is sparse. The Paleozoic era followed, beginning with the Cambrian period 541 million years ago. This period is famous for the Cambrian explosion, a relatively rapid diversification of animal life within a few tens of millions of years. Most major animal phyla, including ancestors of arthropods, mollusks, and chordates, appeared in the fossil record. Many of these new life forms developed hard parts, like shells and exoskeletons, which greatly improved their chances of fossilization. The oceans were dominated by trilobites, brachiopods, and early forms of mollusks. The Ordovician period saw the diversification of marine invertebrates, including corals and crinoids, and the appearance of the first jawless fish. Towards the end of the Ordovician, the first plants began to colonize land. This period ended with a major ice age and mass extinction event. During the Silurian period, jawed fish diversified, and vascular plants, with specialized tissues for transporting water and nutrients, became more widespread on land. This allowed plants to grow larger and colonize drier areas. The Devonian period is often called the Age of Fish, as diverse fish species, including armored placoderms and lobe-finned fish, thrived in the oceans. On land, forests of primitive trees emerged, and the first amphibians evolved from lobe-finned fish, taking their first steps onto land. Insects also appeared during this time. The Carboniferous period was characterized by vast, swampy forests that covered much of the land. These forests, composed of giant ferns and club mosses, eventually formed the immense coal deposits we mine today. Amphibians were abundant, and the first reptiles, which could lay eggs on land, evolved, marking a significant step towards fully terrestrial life. The Permian period saw the formation of the supercontinent Pangaea. Reptiles diversified and became the dominant land animals, including early mammal-like reptiles. This era ended with the most severe mass extinction event in Earth's history, the Great Dying, which wiped out an estimated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. This event was likely caused by massive volcanic eruptions in Siberia, leading to extreme global warming and ocean acidification. The Mesozoic era, often known as the Age of Dinosaurs, began after the Permian extinction and lasted from 252 to 66 million years ago. It is divided into three periods. The Triassic period saw the recovery of life after the Permian extinction. Dinosaurs first appeared during this time, evolving from earlier reptiles, and began to diversify. The first mammals also evolved. Though they remained small and nocturnal, the Jurassic period was the golden age of giant dinosaurs, such as the long-necked sauropods and formidable predators like Allosaurus. The first birds evolved from small, feathered dinosaurs. Pangaea began to break apart, leading to new oceans and climates. The Cretaceous period saw the continued dominance of dinosaurs, including Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops. Flowering plants evolved and rapidly diversified, changing terrestrial ecosystems. This era, and the Age of Dinosaurs, ended abruptly 66 million years ago with the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event caused by a large asteroid impact near the Yucatan Peninsula. This catastrophic event led to widespread fires, tsunamis, and a prolonged impact winter that decimated 3/4 of all plant and animal species, including all non-avian dinosaurs. The Cenozoic era began 66 million years ago and continues to the present day. This is often called the Age of Mammals. With the ecological niches left vacant by the dinosaurs, mammals rapidly diversified and evolved into a vast array of forms, including large herbivores, carnivores, and marine mammals like whales. Early primates also emerged during this time. Over tens of millions of years, the continents drifted into their current positions, and Earth's climate experienced significant shifts, including periods of global warming and cooling. The Neogene period saw the evolution of apes and the divergence of early hominids from other primates. The Quaternary period, beginning 2.6 million years ago, is characterized by repeated ice ages and the emergence of our own species. It is within this immense and dynamic tapestry of life, spanning billions of years and numerous dominant species and ecosystems, that the question of a pre-human civilization arises. The vast stretches of time before the rise of humans provided ample opportunity for complex life to evolve, and potentially for intelligence to emerge and develop technology, only to be erased by the very geological and biological forces that shaped Earth's long story. Mass extinction events are periods in Earth's history characterized by a rapid and widespread decrease in the diversity of life on the planet. These are not merely slow declines, but catastrophic losses across many different groups of organisms, leading to a dramatic reduction in biodiversity. Over the last 540 million years, since the Cambrian explosion that saw a great diversification of complex life, scientists have identified 5 major extinction events, often called the Big Five, each leaving an indelible mark on the course of evolution and reshaping the living world. Such events have the profound capacity to reset life on Earth, wiping out dominant groups and opening up ecological niches for new forms of life to flourish. For an ancient civilization, such an event would pose an existential threat, potentially erasing all physical and cultural traces. One of the most famous and well-studied of these events is the Cretaceous-Paleogene, or KPG extinction, which occurred approximately 66 million years ago. This cataclysmic event is most famously associated with the demise of the non-avian dinosaurs, but it also wiped out about 3/4 of all plant and animal species on Earth, including many marine reptiles, ammonites, and significant portions of plant life. The primary cause for the KPG extinction is widely accepted to be the impact of a massive asteroid, estimated to be about 10 to 15 kilometers wide near the Yucatan Peninsula in what is now Mexico. This impact created the Chicxulub crater, a feature about 180 kilometers in diameter. The immediate aftermath of such an impact would have been devastating. Upon hitting Earth, the asteroid would have created an enormous explosion, far more powerful than any nuclear weapon. This would have generated an immediate fireball, vaporizing everything within a wide radius and triggering widespread wildfires across continents due to immense heat pulses. A massive tsunami, hundreds of meters high, would have radiated across the Gulf of Mexico, devastating coastal areas thousands of kilometers away. Simultaneously, billions of tons of dust, soot, and vaporized rock would have been ejected into the atmosphere, blocking out the sun globally. This impact winter would have plunged the planet into darkness for months or even years, causing global temperatures to plummet and halting photosynthesis. Without sunlight, plants would die, collapsing the base of the food web. Herbivores would starve, followed by carnivores. Beyond the immediate impact, longer-term effects would have continued the devastation. Sulfates released from the vaporized rock would have caused severe acid rain, acidifying oceans and destroying terrestrial vegetation. The massive amount of carbon dioxide released by the impact, along with subsequent volcanism, could have eventually led to global warming after the initial cooling period, further stressing surviving ecosystems. While the asteroid impact is the leading theory, some scientists suggest that prolonged volcanic activity in the Deccan Traps in India, which released massive amounts of greenhouse gases and aerosols, also contributed to the environmental stress leading up to or during the KPG extinction. Regardless of the exact interplay of factors, the result was a planet undergoing a profound and rapid environmental collapse. The KPG extinction demonstrates a powerful reset mechanism. The dominant terrestrial life forms for 184 million years, the large dinosaurs, were largely annihilated. Species that could survive in darkness, cold, and with limited food sources, such as small, burrowing mammals, birds, and some reptiles, were more likely to persist. The vacuum left by the dinosaurs allowed for the rapid diversification and ascendancy of mammals, which had previously been relegated to smaller, more nocturnal niches. Over the subsequent 66 million years, mammals evolved to fill nearly every ecological role, leading to the diverse mammalian life we see today, including our own lineage, another, even more devastating. Extinction event was the Permian-Triassic extinction, which occurred about 252 million years ago. Often referred to as the Great Dying, this event was the most severe known extinction in Earth's history, wiping out an estimated 96% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. The primary cause for this catastrophe is believed to be massive volcanic eruptions in the Siberian Traps, a large igneous province in what is now Russia. These eruptions released enormous volumes of lava, but more critically, they also discharged vast quantities of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane, as well as sulfur dioxide, into the atmosphere over hundreds of thousands of years. The environmental consequences were catastrophic. The massive release of greenhouse gases led to extreme global warming, causing temperatures to rise significantly, both on land and in the oceans. This warming led to widespread anoxia in the oceans, meaning a severe depletion of oxygen, which suffocated marine life across vast areas. Ocean acidification, caused by the absorption of excess carbon dioxide, further crippled marine ecosystems, particularly those with calcium carbonate shells or skeletons. On land, acid rain destroyed forests, and climate shifts led to widespread desertification. The combination of these stresses created a truly uninhabitable planet for most life forms. The recovery from the Permian-Triassic extinction was agonizingly slow, taking many millions of years, fundamentally reshaping ecosystems and paving the way for the rise of the dinosaurs in the subsequent Triassic period. For a hypothetical ancient civilization, a mass extinction event would be an apocalyptic scenario. Direct physical destruction from asteroid impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, or widespread fires would obliterate cities and infrastructure. Even if some structures survived the initial shock, the ensuing global environmental collapse would render the planet uninhabitable for a complex, technologically dependent society. Agricultural systems would fail due to prolonged darkness, extreme temperatures, or acid rain, leading to mass starvation. Water source would become contaminated. The collapse of the ecosystem would mean the loss of all resources necessary for survival, even if a small fraction of the population survived. The societal structures, technological knowledge, and cultural heritage of such a civilization would likely be lost entirely. Furthermore, the geological aftermath of such events would bury or destroy any remaining archaeological evidence. Vast layers of ash, impact ejecta, or sediments deposited by tsunamis and altered river systems would quickly entomb or obliterate surface features over millions of years. Subsequent geological processes like erosion, burial by new layers of rock, and the constant movement of Earth's tectonic plates would further ensure that any potential traces of a past civilization are either ground into unrecognizable dust, melted deep within the Earth, or buried under kilometers of subsequent geological material, effectively erasing their existence from the observable record. These Big Five extinction events truly represent a powerful natural reset button for life, and any civilizations that might have existed. The fossil record, while an invaluable chronicle of life on Earth, is inherently incomplete. This incompleteness poses significant challenges for paleontologists seeking to understand ancient life, and even greater difficulties for anyone searching for the subtle, possibly non-biological, traces of an ancient civilization. The process of fossilization is a rare and precarious one, requiring a very specific set of circumstances to occur, which means that only a tiny fraction of all organisms that have ever lived are preserved as fossils. First and foremost, for an organism to become a fossil, it must be rapidly buried soon after death. If a dead plant or animal is left exposed to the elements, it will quickly decompose, be scavenged by other organisms, or be broken down by bacteria. Burial protects the remains from these destructive forces, creating an anaerobic environment that slows decay. This is why marine environments, where sedimentation rates are often high and oxygen levels can be low in bottom waters, tend to yield a richer fossil record than terrestrial environments. On land, rapid burial by sediment from floods, volcanic ash, or sand dunes is less common. Another critical factor is the presence of hard parts. Bones, teeth, shells, and wood are far more likely to fossilize than soft tissues like muscles, skin, or internal organs. These hard parts are more resistant to decay and can be replaced by minerals over time, turning into stone. Soft-bodied organisms, despite being incredibly abundant throughout Earth's history, are exceedingly rare in the fossil record. Exceptional fossil sites, like the Burgess Shale in Canada or the Ediacaran biota in Australia, provide glimpses into soft-bodied life, but these are rare exceptions caused by extraordinary preservation conditions. If an ancient civilization predominantly utilized materials that were soft, biodegradable, or highly corrosive, its traces would be even less likely to endure. Even if an organism or an object is successfully fossilized, it must then survive the relentless march of geological time. The Earth's crust is dynamic, constantly being shaped by forces that can destroy or conceal fossils. Erosion, caused by wind, water, and ice, can wear away rock layers, exposing fossils to the elements, where they can disintegrate. Conversely, continued sedimentation can bury fossils deeper and deeper, making them inaccessible for millions of years. Heat and pressure from deep burial or tectonic activity can transform sedimentary rocks into metamorphic rocks, a process that often obliterates any organic material or delicate structures, turning them into unrecognizable mineral grains. Subduction, where one tectonic plate slides beneath another, carries vast volumes of rock, including any contained fossils, deep into the Earth's mantle, where they are melted and recycled. Furthermore, the fossil record suffers from significant sampling biases. Marine environments are overrepresented due to more favorable sedimentation conditions. Organisms with robust hard parts are more frequently found than delicate ones. Certain geological periods or environments that were particularly conducive to fossilization might appear to have had a greater diversity of life simply because their record is better preserved. This means that vast swaths of Earth's ancient biodiversity remain completely unknown to us because the conditions for their preservation were never met, or their fossils have long since been destroyed. When it comes to the specific challenge of finding non-biological traces, or technofossils, of an ancient civilization, the difficulties are compounded. Manufactured items, while sometimes made of durable materials like stone or ceramic, often lack the biological structure that facilitates traditional fossilization. Metals corrode, plastics degrade, and complex machinery might simply crumble into unrecognizable fragments over geological timescales. To be preserved, such items would need extremely rapid and gentle burial in a stable environment. Consider the challenge of microtraces. Even tiny biological fossils, known as microfossils, require specialized techniques to find and identify. These include pollen grains, spores, and microscopic organisms. If an ancient civilization left behind microscale technosignatures, such as ancient microplastics, microscopic industrial byproducts, or minute remnants of advanced materials, detecting them would be incredibly difficult. These traces might be dispersed thinly throughout vast volumes of ancient sediment, making their identification like searching for a specific needle in a haystack of planetary proportions. Distinguishing these from naturally occurring mineral grains or biological microfossils would require sophisticated analytical methods and a precise understanding of natural geochemistry. Moreover, the sheer vastness of Earth's surface and the depth of its geological layers present immense logistical hurdles. Most of Earth's ancient rock record remains buried kilometers deep, inaccessible to direct observation. Even exposed ancient rock formations represent only a fraction of the planet's past. Paleontologists rely on natural exposures, such as river cuts or mountain uplifts, or expensive drilling projects to access these deep layers. The probability of randomly stumbling upon a perfectly preserved, recognizable artifact from a civilization tens or hundreds of millions of years ago is astronomically small, especially given the destructive forces of geology. Finally, there is the problem of interpretation. Even if an anomalous structure or chemical signature is found, distinguishing a true artifact from a naturally occurring oddity is immensely challenging. Geological processes can create surprisingly regular or seemingly designed formations, like concretions that resemble tools or rock structures that look like walls. Without clear, undeniable evidence of intelligent design and an understanding of the material's origin, such finds are often, and rightly, attributed to natural geological or biological processes, preventing out-of-place artifacts from gaining widespread scientific acceptance. The incomplete and biased nature of the fossil record, combined with the destructive forces of geology and the difficulty of finding and interpreting subtle traces, means that much of Earth's ancient past, including any potential civilizations, may remain forever lost to our direct observation. Earth is not a static planet. Its outermost layer, the lithosphere, is in constant, albeit slow, motion. This dynamic process is known as plate tectonics, and it profoundly shapes our world, from creating mountains and volcanoes to recycling the very crust beneath our feet. This continuous geological activity acts as a relentless eraser, burying or destroying ancient evidence, including any potential traces of past civilizations. Understanding this fundamental process is key to appreciating why signs of an ancient civilization from millions or hundreds of millions of years ago would be so incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to find. Earth's lithosphere, which includes the crust and the rigid, uppermost part of the mantle, is broken into several large pieces called tectonic plates. These plates float and move across the semi-fluid layer beneath them, known as the asthenosphere. The movement is driven by heat from Earth's interior, causing convection currents within the mantle. The plates typically move at speeds of a few centimeters per year, roughly the same rate at which fingernails grow. While this movement seems slow on a human timescale, over millions of years, it results in monumental geological transformations. One of the most significant consequences of plate tectonics is the process of subduction. This occurs at convergent plate boundaries, where one tectonic plate slides beneath another, descending into the Earth's mantle. Typically, denser oceanic crust subducts beneath lighter continental crust or beneath another oceanic plate, As the oceanic plate descends, it carries with it not only vast amounts of rock and sediment, but also any surface features, including ancient landforms, oceanic crust, and any artificial structures or waste that might have settled on the seafloor or been carried along on the plate. As the subducting plate plunges deeper into the mantle, it is subjected to immense heat and pressure. The temperatures rise to thousands of degrees, and the pressures become enormous. Under these extreme conditions, the rocks and any materials within them undergo significant physical and chemical changes. They can melt, forming magma that may rise to create volcanoes on the overriding plate. Or they can be metamorphosed, transformed into entirely new rock types. In either case, the original structures, compositions, and organization of any ancient artifacts or industrial waste would be completely obliterated, homogenized, and integrated into the Earth's deeper geological cycles. This continuous subduction means that oceanic crust is relatively young. Very little of it is older than 200 million years, because older crust is constantly being recycled. Any trace of a civilization that resided on or near oceanic plates millions of years ago would have long since been carried down into the Earth's interior. Another type of plate boundary is a continental collision zone, where two continental plates, both relatively buoyant, collide. Instead of one subducting, they buckle, fold, and thrust against each other, creating massive mountain ranges like the Himalayas. In these zones, rocks are subjected to incredible compressional forces, intense heat, and deep burial. Original surface features, including any ancient cities or modified landscapes, would be crushed, fractured, uplifted, and then subjected to intense erosion. The material is so heavily deformed and metamorphosed that any delicate or recognizable structures would be utterly destroyed and transformed into unrecognizable components of mountain rock. At rift zones, plates pull apart, creating new crust. In oceanic rift zones, magma wells up from the mantle to form new oceanic crust, often along mid-ocean ridges. Any evidence of a civilization on or near such a spreading ridge would be rapidly buried by successive lava flows or pulled apart and subjected to immense heat. On continents, rifting can lead to the formation of grabens or massive basaltic flood eruptions, burying landscapes under vast sheets of volcanic rock. Beyond the direct destructive forces at plate boundaries, the general processes of erosion and sedimentation also contribute to the erasure or burial of ancient evidence. Weathering breaks down rocks into smaller particles. Wind, water, and ice then transport these sediments, sculpting landscapes and carrying material from high elevations to low-lying basins. While sedimentation can preserve, it also buries existing landscapes under thousands of meters of new material. Over geological time scales, vast plains can be covered by sediments from eroded mountain ranges, effectively entombing everything beneath them. Conversely, areas that were once deeply buried can be uplifted by tectonic forces, only to be exposed to intense erosion that then wears away their surface, carrying away any ancient evidence. The cumulative effect of these processes is that Earth's surface is constantly being renewed and recycled. Very little of the exposed Earth's crust is extremely old. Most of the rocks we see on the surface date back only hundreds of millions of years, not billions. The oldest surviving rocks are found in stable areas called cratons, which are ancient, relatively undeformed parts of continental crust. Even these cratons have experienced billions of years of erosion and deposition, meaning that while the rock itself is old, any direct surface evidence from billions of years ago would likely have been eroded away long ago or deeply buried under more recent sediments. Therefore, for any hypothetical ancient civilization that existed millions or hundreds of millions of years ago, the chances of its physical structures surviving are infinitesimally small. Earth's moving skin systematically destroys and recycles its surface features. Any cities, roads, or industrial complexes would be subjected to crushing pressures, intense heat, melting, or grinding erosion. Even if deep drilling were to penetrate ancient layers, what might be found would likely be unrecognizable fragments, chemically altered traces, or highly deformed layers, rather than intact or easily interpretable artifacts of a sophisticated society. The Earth's geology is a powerful, persistent force that acts to erase the memory of its deep past, making the search for ancient civilizations a formidable scientific challenge. The search for ancient, lost civilizations on Earth often conjures images of buried cities or monumental ruins. However, the immense power of geological processes over vast timescales means that such physical structures are exceedingly unlikely to survive for millions of years. Instead, a more subtle, yet potentially enduring, form of evidence lies in the chemical signatures left behind by industrial activities. A technologically advanced civilization fundamentally alters the chemistry of its environment, producing elements, compounds, and isotopic ratios that are distinct from natural processes. These chemical clues could persist in the geological record long after any physical structures have crumbled into dust. One primary way a civilization leaves chemical traces is through the widespread concentration of elements. Natural geological processes distribute elements according to their geochemical properties, forming mineral deposits over eons. However, industrial activity involves the deliberate extraction, refinement, and concentration of specific elements far beyond their natural background levels. For example, the smelting of metals like iron, copper, aluminum, or lead involves taking widely dispersed ores and concentrating the desired metal. This process creates unique deposits of refined metals or their byproducts, such as slag, which have chemical compositions and forms not found in nature. If an ancient civilization engaged in metallurgy on a large scale, we might find layers in the geological record with anomalous concentrations of these industrial metals or their related waste products, indicating widespread mining and processing. The presence of such concentrations in strata millions of years old, especially if co-located with other unusual findings, could be a compelling chemical clue. Furthermore, the demand for modern technologies, particularly electronics, has led to a significant increase in the use of rare earth elements. These elements, such as neodymium, europium, and dysprosium, are crucial for components like magnets, batteries, and display screens. While naturally occurring, their widespread extraction and industrial use would create a distinct geochemical footprint. Detecting an unusually high, localized concentration of a specific suite of rare earth elements in an ancient sedimentary layer, especially without a natural geological explanation like a specific ore deposit, could point towards the existence of advanced technology that utilize these elements. Beyond elemental concentrations, a more sophisticated chemical clue lies in the isotopic ratios of elements. Isotopes are atoms of the same element that have different numbers of neutrons. While natural processes can cause slight variations in isotopic ratios, certain industrial or technological activities can produce highly anomalous and distinctive isotopic signatures. One of the most studied examples relates to carbon isotopes. Living organisms preferentially take up carbon-12 over the heavier carbon-13. When ancient organic matter is formed and then later burned by a civilization, it releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and oceans with a relatively low proportion of carbon-13 compared to the general atmospheric carbon dioxide produced by volcanic activity or natural decay. This light carbon signature can then be incorporated into sediments, ancient carbonates, and even the fossilized remains of marine organisms or plant life from that period. From that, a significant, sustained, and global shift in the carbon-13 to carbon-12 ratio in the geological record that cannot be explained by natural, biological, or volcanic cycles could be a strong indicator of an ancient industrial age. Similarly, nitrogen isotopes can provide clues. Natural processes like nitrogen fixation by bacteria establish certain isotopic ratios in soils. However, the large-scale production and use of synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, a hallmark of modern agriculture, can alter these ratios. If an ancient civilization practiced intensive agriculture using artificial fertilizers, these altered nitrogen isotopic signatures might be detectable in ancient soil horizons or sedimentary layers, particularly in regions that would have supported agriculture. Moreover, the processing of metals or other materials can subtly alter the isotopic ratios of those elements. For instance, some metallurgical processes or the refinement of specific industrial chemicals might fractionate isotopes in ways that do not occur naturally. While these shifts might be subtle, advanced analytical techniques could potentially detect them. The most dramatic isotopic shifts, however, are associated with nuclear activity, which is discussed in greater detail in another section. The distinct isotopic fingerprint left by nuclear fission, including altered uranium and plutonium ratios and the creation of unique fission products, is perhaps the clearest and longest-lasting chemical technosignature. Finally, the deliberate synthesis of new chemical compounds that do not exist naturally on Earth provides another category of chemical clues. Modern society has created a vast array of synthetic organic compounds, such as plastics, pharmaceuticals, and persistent organic pollutants like polychlorinated biphenyls or dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane. Many of these compounds are highly stable and resist natural degradation processes. If an ancient civilization developed advanced organic chemistry, its waste products could include such synthetic, long-lived molecules. Finding a layer in ancient sediments containing complex organic molecules with structures that defy natural biological or geological formation would be a very strong chemical indicator of an advanced civilization. The challenge in interpreting these chemical clues lies in the immense time frame and the powerful natural processes that can dilute, disperse, or alter chemical signatures. Volcanic eruptions, natural weathering, and fluid migration within the Earth's crust can all create localized chemical anomalies. Therefore, any potential chemical technosignature would need to be widespread, persistent, and distinctly anomalous compared to the background variations caused by natural processes. Furthermore, the anomaly would ideally need to be corroborated by multiple, independent lines of chemical evidence, or even better, by other forms of potential technosignatures, to build a compelling case for an ancient technological civilization. Human civilization, especially in its current industrial and post-industrial phases, produces an astonishing amount and variety of waste. Much of this waste is made of materials specifically engineered for durability and longevity. When considering the possibility of an ancient, pre-human civilization, these incredibly long-lasting waste products become critical. Potential technosignatures, physical evidence of advanced technology that could survive for millions of years within the geological record. Unlike fragile organic matter that quickly decays, these materials are designed to resist natural degradation processes, making them prime candidates for deep time preservation. Plastics are perhaps the most iconic example of modern, long-lasting waste. These synthetic polymers are derived from hydrocarbons, primarily petroleum, and are characterized by very strong carbon-carbon bonds in their molecular structures. This molecular stability makes them remarkably resistant to chemical and biological decomposition. While plastics do break down, the process is extremely slow. Exposure to ultraviolet light, oxygen, and certain microbial activity can cause them to fragment into smaller pieces, eventually leading to microplastics and nanoplastics. However, even these tiny particles retain their fundamental chemical composition and can persist in the environment for hundreds to thousands of years. The longevity of plastics increases significantly in environments where degradation factors are limited. In deep ocean sediments, buried terrestrial landfills, or anoxic environments, plastics can remain largely intact for much longer periods, potentially stretching into millions of years if conditions are stable and geological forces do not obliterate them. Researchers have already found plastics embedded in geological formations of the modern era, creating plastiglomerates, new types of rock formed when plastic debris melts and fuses with natural materials like sand, pebbles, and shell fragments. If an ancient civilization used similar, durable synthetic polymers, such ancient plastiglomerates or widespread microplastic layers in ancient sediments could be a unique and unmistakable technosignature. The distinctive molecular structure of synthetic polymers, unlike anything found in natural biological or geological processes, would serve as a clear indicator of artificial origin. Beyond plastics, industrial byproducts like slag, fly ash, and concrete represent vast quantities of highly durable waste materials. Slag is the glassy or crystalline waste product left over from the smelting of metals such as iron, copper, or lead. It consists of molten impurities separated from the desired metal. Depending on its composition, slag can be extremely stable and resistant to weathering and chemical attack. Ancient slag heaps from early human metallurgy still exist after thousands of years. If an ancient civilization performed large-scale metal production, massive quantities of slag, with their unique mineralogy and elemental composition, could form distinct geological deposits. Unlike naturally occurring rocks, slag often has a vitrified, often bubbly, texture and specific elemental ratios that would be anomalous in a natural rock sequence. Fly ash and bottom ash are residues produced from the combustion of coal and other fossil fuels in power plants and industrial facilities. Fly ash consists of fine, powdery particles, while bottom ash is heavier and coarser. Both contain concentrated heavy metals and unique mineral phases that are direct products of high-temperature combustion of complex organic matter. These materials can be dispersed widely through the atmosphere or deposited in landfills. Over millions of years, widespread dispersal of these ashes could create thin but chemically distinct layers in sedimentary rock, serving as a global marker of a civilization that relied on large-scale fossil fuel burning. The presence of specific trace elements or unique mineral phases within these layers would distinguish them from natural volcanic ash or other natural deposits. Concrete and brick are fundamental building materials of human civilization, essentially artificial rocks. Concrete, invented by the Romans, though refined and industrialized more recently, consists of aggregates bound together by a cement paste. Modern concrete is incredibly strong and durable, designed to last for centuries. Bricks, made from fired clay, are similarly resistant to degradation. The sheer volume of these materials used in construction means that a technologically advanced civilization would leave vast amounts of them. If buried under specific geological conditions, layers of ancient concrete or brick rubble could be preserved as unique, anthropogenically formed sedimentary deposits, characterized by their distinct composition, texture, and often geometric shapes not found in natural rock formations. Finally, ceramics and glass are also extremely durable. Ceramics, made by firing clay at high temperatures, and glass, produced by cooling molten silica, are chemically inert and highly resistant to natural weathering and microbial degradation. While they can break into fragments, the material itself persists for geological timescales. Archaeological finds of ancient pottery shards and glass fragments dating back thousands of years attest to their longevity. Widespread use and subsequent disposal by an ancient civilization could lead to the preservation of fragments of these materials in ancient sediment layers, identifiable by their unique amorphous structure or specific crystalline phases and elemental composition. The challenge for identifying these long-lasting waste products lies in their dispersal and the immense power of geological forces. While materials like plastics or concrete are durable, they can still be eroded, subducted, or metamorphosed over millions of years. However, if conditions for preservation are ideal, such as rapid burial in stable sedimentary basins or deposition in deep-sea environments, these unique artificial materials could endure as compelling evidence, representing a distinct and undeniable technosignature of a past, advanced society. their very existence, with chemical and structural properties alien to natural geology, would stand as a testament to intelligent design and industrial activity. Among the most compelling and potentially enduring technosignatures that a past advanced civilization might leave behind is its nuclear waste. Nuclear power and nuclear weapons production generate radioactive byproducts that are extraordinarily long-lived, far surpassing the lifespan of most other human-made materials. The unique isotopic fingerprints of these materials, combined with their extreme durability, could serve as a very long-term indicator of a sophisticated society that harnessed atomic energy. Nuclear waste arises primarily from the process of nuclear fission, where the nuclei of heavy atoms are split to release energy. This splitting produces a wide array of lighter atoms called fission products, many of which are radioactive. Additionally, some of the original fuel atoms or other heavy atoms within the reactor can absorb neutrons and transform into heavier, unstable elements known as actinides, like plutonium, americium, and curium. Both fission products and actinides are highly radioactive and decay over time, emitting radiation and transforming into more stable elements. The key characteristic that makes nuclear waste a potent long-term technosignature is the half-life of its constituent radionuclides. A half-life is the time it takes for half of the radioactive atoms in a sample to decay. While some radionuclides have short half-lives, many have half-lives extending for thousands, millions, or even billions of years. For example, plutonium-239, a key component of nuclear waste and weapons, has a half-life of approximately 24,100 years. Technetium-99, a significant fission product, has a half-life of 212,000 years. Iodine-129 has a half-life of 15.7 million years. Cesium-135 has a half-life of 2.3 million years. Perhaps most significantly, uranium-238. The most common isotope of uranium has a half-life of 4.468 billion years, which is roughly the age of the Earth itself. The presence of these specific, long-lived radionuclides, especially in ratios that cannot be explained by natural geological processes or cosmic ray interactions, would be a strong indicator of nuclear activity. One of the most striking aspects of nuclear waste is its unique isotopic composition. Natural uranium deposits contain a specific ratio of uranium isotopes, primarily uranium-238 and a much smaller amount of fissile uranium-235. When uranium is used in a nuclear reactor, the uranium-235 is consumed, leading to its depletion. Simultaneously, new short-lived fission products are created, along with longer-lived ones like iodine-129 and technetium-99 and transuranic elements like plutonium-239 that are exceedingly rare or non-existent in natural terrestrial environments. Therefore, detecting ancient geological layers that contain depleted uranium alongside an anomalous presence of long-lived fission products and specific transuranic elements would provide compelling evidence of artificial nuclear fission. A concrete, factual example of how nuclear fission products can be preserved in the geological record comes from the Oklo Natural Nuclear Reactor in Gabon, West Africa, approximately 1.7 billion years ago. A unique set of geological and geochemical conditions allowed natural uranium deposits to undergo sustained nuclear fission, operating like a rudimentary nuclear reactor for hundreds of thousands of years. The distinctive isotopic signatures of the fission products, such as neodymium and ruthenium, found within the Oklo ore bodies provide undeniable evidence of this ancient nuclear activity. The fact that these isotopic anomalies have persisted for nearly 2 billion years demonstrates the extraordinary longevity of nuclear signatures in suitable geological environments. Modern strategies for managing high-level nuclear waste involve deep geological repositories. These facilities are designed to isolate radioactive waste from the biosphere for hundreds of thousands to millions of years by burying it deep within stable rock formations, such as granite, salt, or clay. The very design principle behind these repositories, that they can safely contain waste for geological timescales, underscores the potential for nuclear waste to become a very long-term technosignature. If an ancient civilization also developed and utilized nuclear technology, it might have similarly disposed of its waste in geologically stable, deep formations, inadvertently creating a lasting marker of its existence. The detection of these nuclear waste signs in the ancient geological record would involve searching for highly localized concentrations of specific radioactive isotopes or their stable decay products, especially in ratios that defy natural explanation. For instance, an unusually high concentration of iodine Pu-129 or technetium-99, or the presence of plutonium-239 that has since decayed into its daughter products but left a unique isotopic legacy, would be powerful clues. The presence of these elements, distinct from naturally occurring background levels and in patterns inconsistent with natural decay chains of primordial radionuclides, would strongly suggest an artificial origin. Furthermore, evidence of localized radiation damage to the surrounding rock or minerals, appearing as specific crystal lattice defects or altered mineral phases, could corroborate the presence of ancient nuclear materials. The definitive identification of such a signature would require rigorous analysis to rule out all natural explanations, but the unique nature of nuclear fission products makes them uniquely compelling as potential indicators of a very ancient, advanced society. Civilizations, by their very nature, are transformative forces on a planet's surface and even beneath it. The scale of their activities, particularly in resource extraction and construction, leaves distinctive scars on the geological record. These marks, if large and persistent enough, could theoretically endure for millions of years, offering tantalizing clues to an ancient, pre-human civilization. Understanding the nature of these marks is key to knowing what to look for when considering the Silurian Hypothesis. One of the most profound ways a civilization impacts the Earth is through mining. Modern mining operations, for example, create immense open-pit mines that are visible from space, resembling vast, terraced bowls carved into the landscape. The Bingham Canyon Mine in Utah, for instance, is over 4 kilometers wide and over 1.2 kilometers deep. These excavations displace billions of tons of rock and ore. Underground mines, while less visible from the surface, involve extensive networks of tunnels and shafts that can extend for hundreds of miles and reach depths of thousands of feet. For example, the deepest mines can reach more than 3 kilometers into the Earth's crust. Both open pit and underground mining fundamentally alter the local geology. They expose rock layers that would otherwise be buried, create new topographical features, and leave behind enormous spoil heaps or tailings ponds, piles of waste rock and processed materials that contain unique chemical signatures from the ore extraction process. These spoil heaps, often rich in specific elements or processing chemicals not naturally found in such concentrations, represent distinct human-made geological deposits. Even after millions of years of erosion, the footprint of such massive excavations might remain as anomalous depressions or unusual patterns in bedrock, while the associated waste deposits could form distinct, chemically unusual layers within sedimentary rock. The presence of specific processed minerals or unusual concentrations of heavy metals within these layers would be a clear indicator of industrial activity. Beyond extracting metals, the mining of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas also leaves deep and lasting marks. Coal mining creates vast underground voids or surface strip mines that reshape the land. Oil and natural gas extraction involves drilling wells that penetrate deep into geological formations, altering subsurface pressure regimes and leaving behind a network of boreholes. While the wells themselves might collapse or fill in over geological timescales, the pervasive extraction of these carbon-rich resources would lead to a depletion of specific carbon reserves in certain geological strata. Detecting vast areas where coal seams are missing or where expected oil and gas deposits have vanished in ancient rocks could be an indirect sign of extensive past consumption by a civilization. The resulting voids could also lead to long-term subsidence of the land surface, creating subtle but persistent depressions. Construction activities are another major way civilizations reshape the planet. Cities, roads, bridges, and dams involve moving immense quantities of earth and rock, quarrying materials, and producing new ones like concrete and brick. Modern concrete production alone consumes billions of tons of raw materials annually. A large city, over time, creates an urban geology, a distinct layer of human-made artifacts, debris, and altered natural materials that is different from surrounding natural sediments. This layer, sometimes referred to as the archaeological layer or urban stratum, would contain fragmented building materials, waste products, and rearranged geological deposits. For an ancient civilization, vast urban centers or extensive road networks, even if eroded to their foundations, could appear as anomalous linear or geometric patterns in ancient bedrock or sedimentary layers. The materials used, such as artificially fired clay bricks or unique forms of concrete, if preserved, would be highly distinctive. The sheer volume of material moved for major infrastructure projects, like the ancient Roman roads, which stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and involved massive cuts and fills, would leave behind long-term erosion patterns or distinct, compacted subsurface layers. Dams and water management systems further demonstrate geological impact. The construction of massive dams creates artificial lakes, fundamentally altering hydrological cycles and sedimentation patterns in rivers. Over geological time, these artificial reservoirs would fill with sediment, creating distinct, unusually deep or rapid sediment deposits compared to natural riverine environments. Ancient canals, like those built in Mesopotamia or by the Mayans, involve significant earth moving to channel water. Even if filled in, their linear depressions or distinct sediment fills might be detectable in ancient landscapes. The cumulative effect of these activities can be seen in changes to global sediment cycles, extensive deforestation for timber or agriculture, often linked to civilization, accelerates soil erosion. This leads to increased sediment loads in rivers, which then deposit more sediment in deltas and coastal areas. Over millions of years, this could translate to unusually thick or rapidly deposited sedimentary layers in specific geological periods, indicating widespread land disturbance. While natural events like volcanic eruptions or ice ages also impact sedimentation, the pattern and material composition of civilization-induced sedimentation would likely be distinct. For these digging and building marks to persist over deep time, they must be either incredibly robust or deeply buried. The forces of plate tectonics, erosion, and metamorphism are relentless. Surface structures are quickly worn away. However, deep mines or large-scale constructions that become quickly buried by sediment stand a better chance. For example, a vast ancient mine that collapsed and filled with unique sediment could form a distinct anomaly in a geological cross-section. Similarly, a mega-city built on a stable continental craton, subsequently buried by millions of years of sediment, might leave a discernible, non-natural layer of material in drill cores or exposed rock formations. The key is scale, durability of materials, and favorable burial conditions. The distinctness of these geological scars, particularly their non-natural geometry. Chemical composition or unusual depositional patterns would be the primary indicators of a past technological civilization. A technologically advanced civilization, by its very existence, profoundly alters its planet's environment and climate. These alterations, if significant and sustained, could leave behind geological or atmospheric fingerprints visible over millions of years. serving as potential techno-signatures of a pre-human society. The scale of modern human impact provides a powerful analogy for considering what such ancient modifications might look like. One of the most impactful ways a civilization changes its planet is by altering the composition of the atmosphere, particularly through the release of greenhouse gases. The burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas for energy, transportation, and industry releases vast quantities of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. This gas traps heat, leading to a warming of the global climate. For instance, since the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th century, human activities have increased atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations by more than 50%. Such a large and rapid increase, especially if sustained over thousands of years by an ancient civilization, would leave a distinct signature in the geological record. This signature could be detected in ice cores, which trap ancient air bubbles, revealing past atmospheric compositions. It could also be found in ocean sediments, where changes in ocean chemistry, such as acidification, would be recorded in the shells of marine organisms. Even in ancient soil layers, the isotopic ratios of carbon could reveal a period of widespread burning of biologically derived carbon, which is distinct from natural carbon cycles such as volcanic outgassing. Beyond carbon dioxide, other industrial gases could also leave their mark. Methane, a potent greenhouse gas, is released from agriculture, waste, and fossil fuel extraction. Nitrous oxide, another greenhouse gas, comes from industrial processes and agriculture. A sophisticated civilization might also produce novel, synthetic chemicals like chlorofluorocarbons or other long-lived industrial compounds that do not naturally occur. If released in sufficient quantities, these compounds or their breakdown products could persist in geological deposits or leave distinct chemical residues that are anomalous in the natural record. The presence of such unique chemical signatures would be a strong indicator of non-natural industrial processes. Changes to ocean chemistry are another significant planetary alteration. As atmospheric carbon dioxide increases, more of it dissolves into the ocean, forming carbonic acid. This process, known as ocean acidification, lowers the pH of seawater, making it more acidic. Ocean acidification impacts marine life, especially organisms that build shells or skeletons from calcium carbonate, such as corals and many plankton species. Evidence of widespread ocean acidification in the geological past, perhaps indicated by layers of poorly formed or dissolved calcium carbonate shells in marine sediments, could suggest an ancient period of intense atmospheric carbon dioxide levels caused by a prior civilization. Furthermore, industrial runoff and waste disposal directly into oceans could lead to elevated concentrations of heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, or unique isotopes in deep-sea sediments, forming distinct pollution layers. On the land surface, civilization causes dramatic changes that can affect global climate. Large-scale deforestation, for example, alters the Earth's albedo and hydrological cycles. Forests are dark and absorb sunlight, while cleared land can be lighter and reflect more. Loss of forests also reduces evapotranspiration, impacting regional rainfall patterns. Evidence of widespread, rapid deforestation in the geological past might be found in fossil pollen records, which would show an abrupt shift from forest species to grass or scrub species. Increased soil erosion following deforestation would also lead to distinct layers of sediment accumulation in river deltas and coastal regions. Conversely, large-scale irrigation or the creation of vast artificial lakes could significantly alter regional moisture levels and temperatures, influencing local climate for extended periods. The sedimentary deposits of such artificial water bodies would look distinct from naturally formed lakes. A civilization's activities might even trigger or exacerbate large-scale biological events. Intensive agriculture or resource extraction could lead to widespread habitat destruction, potentially driving numerous species to extinction. While mass extinctions have occurred naturally throughout Earth's history, One caused by a civilization would likely have a distinct pattern, perhaps affecting a specific range of taxa or occurring at an unusually rapid rate. Such an event would be recorded in the fossil record as a sharp decline in biodiversity or the disappearance of certain fossil groups, potentially correlated with unusual chemical or atmospheric anomalies. The widespread introduction of non-native species through global transportation, a common feature of human civilization, could also leave a discernible imprint in ancient ecosystems if those introduced species flourished and were preserved in the fossil record far from their natural range. For any of these planetary changes to be detectable over geological time scales, they would need to be both intense and sustained. Natural processes, such as volcanic eruptions or variations in Earth's orbit, also cause significant climate fluctuations. Therefore, a civilization's fingerprint would need to be uniquely strong, rapid, or exhibit chemical characteristics that are unmistakably artificial. The detection would likely rely on finding multiple lines of evidence: atmospheric gas anomalies, ocean chemistry shifts, and land surface alterations that all point to a concerted, non-natural influence on the planet. The duration of this impact would also be critical. Transient events would be easily erased, but a sustained, planet-altering presence lasting for thousands or even tens of thousands of years would have a far greater chance of leaving a long-term, detectable geological or atmospheric imprint. The Great Filter is a concept that directly addresses one of the most profound questions in science. Where is everybody? This question, famously posed by the physicist Enrico Fermi, refers to the apparent contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial intelligent life existing in the vast universe and the lack of any observable evidence for it. The universe contains billions of galaxies, each with hundreds of billions of stars, many of which are known to host planets, including Earth-like worlds. Given these immense numbers, it seems statistically probable that life, and even intelligent life, should be common. Yet, we have detected no signals, no artifacts, and no signs of other civilizations. The Great Filter attempts to explain this silence. It proposes that there is some significant barrier, or bottleneck, in the evolutionary path from the very beginning of life to a widespread, observable, spacefaring civilization. This barrier prevents most, if not all, life from reaching that advanced stage, making intelligent, technological civilizations extremely rare. The filter could be a single, incredibly difficult step, or it could be a series of very challenging steps that cumulatively make the journey almost impossible. Scientists and thinkers have speculated about where this filter might lie along the long path from abiogenesis to interstellar colonization. The possibilities can broadly be categorized into filters that lie in our past, meaning humanity has already passed them, and filters that lie in our future, meaning they are challenges we have yet to face. Filters in our past suggest that the development of intelligent, technological life is far rarer than we might intuitively think. One such early filter could be the sheer difficulty of life originating from non-life at all. Abiogenesis remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in science, requiring complex chemical reactions under very specific conditions. If this step is exceedingly rare, it would mean that even on billions of planets, life itself might be an infrequent occurrence. Another potential early filter is the evolution of complex eukaryotic cells from simpler prokaryotic cells. This was a monumental leap in biological complexity that occurred only once in Earth's history, approximately 2 billion years ago. If this transition is highly unlikely, then most planets with simple life might never develop multicellular organisms. The evolution of multicellular life from eukaryotic cells, the Cambrian explosion 541 million years ago, leading to diverse, complex animals, or even the sustained stability of a planet's environment over billions of years needed for a complex life to evolve, are all considered potential past filters. If any of these steps are incredibly difficult, then humanity has, by luck or unique circumstance, already overcome them, Conversely, the Great Filter might lie in our future. This would be a more sobering prospect, implying that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of technological advancement, inevitably encounter a barrier they cannot overcome, leading to their demise or stagnation before they can become observable across interstellar distances. One common, proposed future filter is self-destruction. This could manifest as global nuclear war, an ecological catastrophe caused by pollution or climate change, the uncontrollable development of artificial intelligence, or widespread biological warfare. The idea here is that the very technology that allows a civilization to advance also provides the means for its own destruction. Another potential future filter is resource depletion. A civilization might deplete its planetary resources to such an extent that it cannot sustain its technological growth or achieve space travel. Other future filters could include technological stagnation, where a civilization simply stops advancing, or the inability to overcome planetary crises such as asteroid impacts, supervolcano eruptions, or runaway climate change. Finally, the filter might be the inherent difficulty of interstellar travel itself, meaning that even if civilizations don't destroy themselves, they may simply be unable to spread beyond their home star system in a detectable way. The Silurian Hypothesis, which suggests the possibility of a prior technological civilization on Earth, directly interacts with the Great Filter concept. If the Silurian Hypothesis were proven true, meaning a sophisticated civilization rose and fell millions of years before humanity, it would place the Great Filter squarely in our past. This scenario would imply that the evolution of technological civilizations is not as rare as the Fermi paradox suggests, but rather that their long-term survival is the difficult part. The ancient civilization on Earth would have encountered and succumbed to a filter event. This could have been a catastrophic climate change, resource collapse, a cataclysmic natural disaster, or even self-destruction through warfare or unchecked technology. If this is the case, then humanity itself might be approaching the same filter that extinguished our ancient predecessors. The Silurian civilization would serve as a chilling warning, demonstrating a common pathway to extinction for advanced technological societies. Alternatively, if an ancient Earth civilization merely left the planet or transformed into a non-detectable form, then the Silurian Hypothesis would not necessarily represent a filter in the destructive sense. Instead, it might suggest alternative trajectories for advanced civilizations, where they simply vanish from planetary detectability, perhaps ascending to higher planes of existence or colonizing other star systems without leaving behind observable physical traces. However, the more commonly discussed implication of the Silurian Hypothesis within the Great Filter framework is that of a past, devastating bottleneck. The concept of the Great Filter forces us to confront the fragility of intelligent life and the potential challenges that lie ahead. If the filter is indeed behind us, humanity is extraordinarily rare, and perhaps unique. If it is in our future, then our current technological trajectory might be leading us to a common, unavoidable doom. The Silurian Hypothesis offers a unique opportunity to search for evidence of such a filter within our own planet's deep history, potentially shedding light on the ultimate fate of intelligent life in the cosmos. When we ponder the existence of a pre-human civilization on Earth, our minds often jump to images mirroring our own technological advancements, towering cities, intricate machinery, vast communication networks, and evidence of industrial might. This perspective, however, is deeply rooted in our human-centric understanding of civilization and progress. It is entirely possible that a truly ancient civilization might have developed along paths so fundamentally different from our own that their traces would be subtle, integrated, and easily mistaken for natural phenomena, thus escaping our current methods of detection. This challenges us to consider what a simple civilization might entail, not simple in terms of intelligence, but in terms of its technological signature, Our current civilization is defined by its ability to harness vast amounts of energy and manipulate matter on a grand scale. We build with steel and concrete, power our lives with fossil fuels and nuclear fission, and communicate across continents with electromagnetic waves. These activities leave distinct techno-signatures in the geological record layers of plastic, concrete, refined metals, altered atmospheric chemistry, and specific isotopic anomalies from industrial processes. We are, in essence, creating a unique geological epoch, the Anthropocene, characterized by our technological impact. But what if a civilization did not follow this trajectory, or only did so for a relatively brief period? Imagine a civilization that focused its intelligence not on manipulating brute, physical forces, but on understanding and controlling biological and ecological systems. Instead of building metal cities, they might have cultivated vast, living architectural structures using genetically engineered plants and fungi. Their infrastructure could have been entirely biological, perhaps evolving living transportation networks, self-repairing organic dwellings, or bioluminescent communication systems. Such a civilization would possess an extremely sophisticated understanding of biology, chemistry, genetics, and ecology, far beyond our current capabilities. Their technology would be biological engineering on a planetary scale. The traces left by such a biological civilization would be profoundly different from our industrial output. Instead of persistent plastics, we might find unusual fossilized megaflora or megafauna that exhibit non-natural design patterns, indicative of deliberate genetic modification over millions of years. Perhaps entire ecosystems would show signs of intelligent management, with species exhibiting symbiotic relationships or highly efficient resource cycling not found in natural evolution. The chemical signatures left behind might involve unique organic compounds, specific metabolic byproducts, or altered isotopic ratios related to biological rather than industrial processes. For instance, they might have perfected carbon sequestration through bioengineering, leaving a peculiar carbon signature in ancient sediments. Detecting these would require a shift in our scientific focus, moving beyond purely mechanical signatures to look for sophisticated biological anomalies. Furthermore, a pre-human civilization might have developed in environments that inherently limit certain types of technological expansion. Consider a civilization that evolved entirely within the Earth's oceans or deep underground. An aquatic civilization, for instance, might never discover fire or metallurgy in the way surface-dwelling beings do. Their technology would be based on pressure, acoustics, bioluminescence, and the unique properties of water. They might construct vast cities from biomineralized structures, use complex forms of sonar for communication and sensing, or develop advanced methods of cultivating marine life for food and resources. Their waste would be organic and would likely be recycled by the ocean's ecosystems, leaving minimal, non-biodegradable traces. Any physical structures would need to withstand immense pressures and corrosive environments, making their detection challenging even if they were durable. Signs might include unusual patterns of seismic activity caused by deep-sea engineering, or very specific chemical alterations in deep ocean sediments. Similarly, a subterranean civilization might focus on geological engineering, adapting to life within caves or constructing vast underground networks. Their technology might involve advanced forms of geothermal energy, specialized drilling techniques, or unique methods of resource extraction that leave minimal surface impact. Their architecture might blend seamlessly with natural rock formations, carved and shaped rather than built from separate components. Detection would require deep drilling, advanced seismic imaging, or the discovery of unusual mineral veins or geological anomalies far beneath the surface, not attributable to natural tectonic or volcanic activity. The concept of a simple civilization also forces us to consider the time frame of their impact. Perhaps a civilization reached a technological peak that was brief, existing for only a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, a mere blink in geological time. Our own industrial age is barely 300 years old, yet its global impact is profound. If an ancient civilization had a similar brief burst of intense technological activity, followed by a decline or self-destruction, its most distinctive technosignatures might be confined to very thin, specific geological layers. These layers could easily be missed, eroded, or subducted over millions of years, leaving behind only the most resilient or widely dispersed traces. Even if an ancient civilization had some level of technology, they might have achieved a sustainable or steady-state existence, where their impact on the planet was minimized. Perhaps they learned to live in harmony with Earth's natural cycles, reducing waste, recycling materials efficiently, and drawing energy from renewable sources without significant environmental disruption. Such a civilization, having overcome the initial resource-intensive phases of development, might leave behind fewer detectable, Anthropocene-like markers. Their long-term presence might be marked by subtle, persistent anomalies rather than dramatic, easily recognized changes. The challenge, therefore, is not just to look for signs of technology as we understand it, but to broaden our definition of what constitutes a civilization's mark. We must develop new ways to interpret geological, chemical, and biological data, searching for patterns that are too complex, too ordered, or too anomalous to be explained by natural processes, yet do not fit our preconceived notions of industrial or mechanical technology. This requires an open mind and a willingness to explore possibilities beyond our own limited historical experience. The Fermi paradox is one of the most compelling and perplexing questions in science. If the universe is so vast and potentially teeming with life, where is everybody? The cosmos contains billions of galaxies, each with hundreds of billions of stars, many of which are known to host planets, including Earth-sized worlds in habitable zones. Given that life arose relatively early on Earth and evolved into intelligence, it seems statistically plausible that other intelligent technological civilizations should be common and long-lived enough to have either visited us, left behind detectable signals, or constructed vast engineering projects visible across interstellar distances. Yet, we observe a profound silence. This glaring contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial intelligence and the lack of observational evidence is the essence of the Fermi paradox. Many proposed resolutions to the Fermi paradox exist, often categorized by what is known as the Great Filter. The Great Filter suggests there is some extremely difficult step in the evolution of life from its simplest forms to a civilization capable of interstellar communication or travel. This filter could be in our past, meaning intelligence or complex life is exceedingly rare, or it could be in our future, meaning advanced civilizations tend to destroy themselves or face insurmountable barriers to expansion. The Silurian Hypothesis offers a unique and intriguing twist to this paradox, proposing a resolution that is both local and deeply temporal. Perhaps they were here, but long before us, right on Earth. The core of the Silurian Hypothesis is the idea that a technologically advanced civilization could have arisen on Earth hundreds of millions of years ago, flourished, and then vanished, leaving behind few, if any, discernible traces that we currently recognize. If such a civilization existed, its physical structures would have been obliterated by the relentless geological processes of plate tectonics, erosion, and volcanism over immense timescales. Its radio signals would have long dissipated into the cosmic background. Its most durable waste products might be buried deep beneath subducted crust or so chemically altered as to be unrecognizable. This concept provides a compelling, local answer to the Fermi paradox. Instead of searching across light years for distant signals or evidence of alien megastructures, the Silurian Hypothesis suggests we might simply be looking in the wrong direction, or rather, the wrong time. If a civilization on Earth rose and fell, say, 60 million years ago, Its existence would offer a powerful explanation for the cosmic silence from this specific planet. We would not detect it today because it is gone, and its marks are nearly erased. This shifts the focus from "why haven't they come here" to "what if they already were here, just not in our time?" The implications of the Silurian hypothesis for the Great Filter concept are profound. If a technological civilization did indeed exist on Earth in the deep past, it means that the filter allowing life to evolve to intelligence and technology has already been passed on this planet. This is a crucial point. If the filter is in our past, then it suggests that either the conditions for complex life are incredibly rare, or the step from simple life to intelligence, or from intelligence to technology, is extremely improbable. However, if a Silurian-like civilization indeed existed, it would imply that these steps are not insurmountably difficult on Earth-like planets. Instead, the filter might then lie in the longevity of such civilizations, or their ability to leave detectable, long-lasting marks. Perhaps technological civilizations, once they arise, tend to be short-lived due to self-destruction, or they develop in ways that minimize their long-term geological footprint. If the Silurian civilization destroyed itself, or simply faded away without leaving indelible techno-signatures, it suggests that the longevity of technological species might be a significant barrier to their widespread detectability across the universe. This would be a pessimistic outlook for our own future. Alternatively, the Silurian hypothesis might imply that technological civilizations inherently manage to limit their long-term environmental impact. If they achieve true sustainability or transition to non-physical forms of existence, their detectable traces might diminish over time. This would suggest that the reason we don't see evidence of other civilizations is not necessarily because they self-destruct, but because they become invisible or less impactful on their planetary environments over geological timescales. Such a scenario would mean that the Great Filter is about the detectability of advanced civilizations, rather than their sheer existence. While the Silurian hypothesis offers a compelling local resolution to the Fermi paradox, it does not fully explain why we don't see evidence of other civilizations in the rest of the galaxy. If Earth could host one ancient civilization, it stands to reason that countless other planets in the Milky Way could have done the same. The lack of galactic-scale techno-signatures, like Dyson spheres or interstellar probes, still remains an unanswered question. However, the Silurian hypothesis encourages us to consider that our search for extraterrestrial intelligence might be too narrow. Focusing solely on contemporaneous, outward-looking signals, it nudges us to consider that intelligent life might rise and fall, leaving behind only the most subtle whispers in the deep time of its home planet. A reminder that the universe's answers might be found closer than we think, but hidden by the relentless march of geological time. The paradox remains, but the Silurian hypothesis offers one fascinating, earth-bound possibility for its resolution, making the Great Silence a little less mysterious for our own planet's history. The Earth's crust is a vast archive, a layered record of billions of years of geological and biological history. Within these ancient rock formations, scientists meticulously search for clues about past environments, climate changes, and the evolution of life. When pondering the existence of a pre-human civilization, the challenge lies in identifying anomalies within this natural record that might hint at intelligent activity rather than mere geological or biological processes. Most of what we find in rocks is entirely natural, but understanding these natural formations is crucial to recognizing anything that is genuinely out of place. Natural rock formations can sometimes deceive the casual observer, appearing almost artificial. For example, columnar jointing, a common feature in volcanic rocks, occurs when lava cools and contracts, forming geometric columns that can look like enormous, perfectly fitted paving stones. Famous examples include the Giant's Causeway in Ireland or Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Similarly, concretions are hard, compact masses of sedimentary rock that form inside existing layers. They can take on remarkably spherical, disc-like, or even anthropomorphic shapes, often mistaken for ancient artifacts, such as the Klerksdorp spheres found in South Africa, which are merely natural iron concretions. The key differentiator is that these forms arise from predictable physical and chemical processes, lacking any true complexity, function, or material composition inconsistent with their natural formation. To find genuine clues in rocks suggesting a past civilization, we would need to look for features that cannot be explained by known natural processes and instead point towards deliberate, intelligent manipulation. One such category would be unusual geometrical patterns on a large scale, while crystals naturally form geometric shapes. And erosion can create intriguing patterns, a vast, systematic arrangement of perfectly straight lines, precise circles, squares, or complex fractal patterns embedded within ancient rock strata that defy geological explanation could be a compelling clue. Imagine finding evidence of immense, highly regular excavations or foundational structures extending for many kilometers, at angles and with a precision unachievable by natural forces. Another significant category involves layering anomalies and unusual material compositions. Geological layers typically follow predictable patterns of sedimentation, compaction, and diagenesis. An anomaly would be a distinct stratum that contains materials or chemicals profoundly out of place within the natural sequence. This might include a layer comprised largely of refined metals or alloys that are not formed through natural processes. The discovery of a widespread, consistent layer of highly processed industrial waste, such as specific types of glass, ceramics, or synthetic polymers, embedded in rock strata millions of years old, would be a strong indicator. These materials would have compositions and structures that are definitively not found in natural geological formations. Fossilized technology would be an undeniable clue. Though incredibly rare due to the fragility of most manufactured goods compared to the immense pressures and transformations rocks undergo, this would involve finding actual imprints or petrified remains of complex, non-biological, technologically manufactured items within ancient rock. For instance, a clear, fossilized impression of a gear, a circuit board, or an engine part, complete with intricate internal structures and precise symmetries that could only be artificial, would be a profound discovery. The challenge is that organic components degrade and metals corrode. What might survive are impressions in fine sediments that later hardened into rock or highly durable, non-corroding synthetic materials that could persist for eons. The Koso artifact, an alleged spark plug found within a geode, is a popular example of such a claim, though it has largely been explained as a modern artifact that fell into a geological crack. The key to verification would be irrefutable evidence of its direct incorporation during the formation of the ancient rock, not later. Accidental inclusion. Chemical and isotopic anomalies offer a more subtle but potentially robust line of evidence for detecting ancient technosignatures. A technologically advanced civilization would likely leave behind a distinct chemical imprint in its environment. This might appear as elevated concentrations of certain elements, such as rare earth metals or platinum group elements in ancient rock layers where natural geological processes cannot explain their presence. Additionally, unique isotopic ratios could signal past industrial activity, especially from nuclear energy or fossil fuel combustion, leaving behind altered signatures in uranium, plutonium, xenon, strontium, or carbon isotopes, preserved in ancient sediments. Finally, large-scale geological modifications that are too systematic and vast to be natural could also serve as clues. This might include evidence of immense, ancient mining operations, vast, precise excavations, or even subtle, persistent changes in the Earth's magnetic field or seismic patterns. If a civilization engaged in deep subsurface engineering, while natural processes create features like canyons or river deltas. The discovery of highly regular, non-random patterns of earth-moving or underground structures, particularly those exhibiting signs of complex engineering principles over vast distances, would be truly anomalous. The search for these clues in rocks requires both an understanding of the Earth's natural processes and an open mind to patterns that deviate from them in ways that only intelligence could create. The Earth's crust is a complex tapestry of elements, distributed in specific concentrations and ratios determined by billions of years of natural geological and astrophysical processes from the formation of the planet to volcanic activity, sedimentation, and the slow dance of plate tectonics. Elements are constantly recycled and rearranged. Understanding these natural patterns is the baseline for discerning any unusual concentrations or ratios of elements in ancient rock layers that might hint at an industrial past not linked to known human activity. When a civilization engages in large-scale technological processes, it fundamentally alters these natural elemental balances, potentially leaving a detectable chemical fingerprint. One of the most direct ways a technologically advanced society impacts elemental distribution is through mining and smelting. Earth's crust contains elements in varying abundances. Some elements, like iron, aluminum, and silicon, are very common. Others, like gold, platinum, or rare earth elements, are scarce and naturally occur in concentrated deposits only under specific geological conditions. A civilization requires these elements for tools, structures, and technology. The act of mining extracts these elements from their natural geological context, concentrating them in specific locations or distributing them broadly as waste. Smelting, the process of extracting a metal from its ore using heat, involves chemical reactions that often release other elements as byproducts into the atmosphere, soil, or water. For example, ancient smelting of copper or lead could release arsenic, antimony, or other heavy metals, which might then settle in nearby sediments or be carried by winds and waters to distant locations, forming anomalous concentrations in layers of rock that correspond to the period of that activity. If an ancient civilization engaged in such practices on a significant scale, layers of rock or sediment from that era might show unnaturally high levels of these specific industrial byproducts, far exceeding natural background levels. Fossil fuel combustion is another major source of elemental anomalies. Coal and oil, formed over millions of years from ancient organic matter, contain not only carbon and hydrogen, but also trace amounts of various other elements, including sulfur, mercury, lead, arsenic, vanadium, and nickel. When these fuels are burned for energy, these trace elements are released into the atmosphere as gases or fine particulate matter. They can then be dispersed globally by atmospheric currents and eventually settle out, becoming incorporated into accumulating sediments, ice cores, or even tree rings. For example, scientists have detected spikes in lead concentrations in Arctic ice cores dating back to the Roman Empire, attributed to lead smelting activities during that era, and much larger spikes from the 20th century's widespread use of leaded gasoline. If a pre-human civilization engaged in industrial-scale burning of fossil fuels, similarly distinctive layers of trace elements could be preserved in geological archives, representing a persistent signature of their energy consumption. Chemical manufacturing processes introduce another type of elemental clue: the production of various industrial chemicals, such as fertilizers, plastics, dyes, or specialized alloys, often involves the manipulation of specific elements in ways not found in nature. For example, large-scale production of nitrogen-based fertilizers could alter nitrogen isotope ratios in a way that is distinct from natural biological cycles. The widespread creation of synthetic compounds, even if they degrade over long periods, might leave behind persistent residues or unique chemical breakdown products that are not naturally occurring. Even the simple enrichment or depletion of common elements in specific layers, when linked to highly complex, non-natural chemical forms, could be a sign of advanced industrial activity. Perhaps the most definitive elemental signature of an advanced technological civilization would come from nuclear activities, nuclear fission. The process of splitting atomic nuclei results in the creation of unique, unstable isotopes that are not found in significant quantities in nature. Elements like cesium-137 or strontium-90, while decaying over specific half-lives, could leave behind distinct isotopic ratios of their stable decay products or direct traces if the half-life is long enough for the geological period in question. More fundamentally, the widespread use of uranium or other radioactive elements in nuclear reactors would alter the natural isotopic ratios of these elements, creating a fingerprint of nuclear fuel processing. For instance, the ratio of uranium-235 to uranium-238 would be measurably different from natural ore. Such anomalies, if detected in ancient rock layers, would be exceedingly difficult to explain by natural geological processes and would strongly point towards intelligent manipulation of atomic nuclei. Finally, the increasing reliance of modern technology on rare earth elements could also leave a future signature. These elements, such as neodymium, dysprosium, and europium, are crucial components in electronics, magnets, and green technologies. Their widespread extraction and processing could lead to their anomalous concentration in specific geological or sedimentary layers, marking a period of intense technological activity. The detection of these elemental clues in ancient rock layers would require sophisticated analytical techniques, such as mass spectrometry, X-ray fluorescence, and neutron activation analysis, applied to geological samples obtained from boreholes, deep ocean sediment cores, or exposed rock faces. The key is to look for concentrations, combinations, or isotopic ratios that deviate significantly from what is expected from known natural processes. The challenge remains immense, as natural geological events like meteor impacts, hydrothermal vents, or unique mineralization processes can also cause localized elemental anomalies. Therefore, any alleged technosignature in elements would need to be robust, widespread, and unequivocally inexplicable by any natural means, ideally supported by multiple independent lines of chemical and geological evidence to stand as a credible indicator of a long-lost civilization. Throughout history, and especially since the rise of modern archaeology and geology, there have been numerous reports of out-of-place artifacts, or OPARTs. These are objects or structures discovered in geological or archaeological contexts that seem to contradict the established timeline of human evolution or technological development. The term implies that these finds appear to be too advanced or sophisticated for the period from which they are thought to originate, leading to questions about their true age or the conventional understanding of Earth's history. While these finds often capture the public imagination and fuel speculation about ancient, lost civilizations or even extraterrestrial visitors, they are almost universally explained by mainstream science through more conventional means. One of the most frequently cited examples of an OOP art is the Kozo artifact, discovered in 1961 by a team of rockhounders in California. It was found encased within what appeared to be a geode. The object inside bore a striking resemblance to a modern spark plug, complete with a ceramic insulator and a metallic core. The surrounding geode was estimated by some proponents to be around 500,000 years old, a time long before humans were thought to have developed such technology. This perceived discrepancy made the Kozo artifact a popular item in discussions about ancient technology. Another famous case is the Dorchester pot. In 1852, during blasting operations in Dorchester, Massachusetts, a metallic pot was reportedly found embedded in solid rock that was supposedly hundreds of millions of years old. described as pre-Adamic in an account from the Scientific American Journal of that time. The bell-shaped pot, reportedly made of an unknown metal alloy, had intricate floral designs. Its alleged age, dating to a period before complex life forms, made its existence seem impossible according to conventional understanding. The King Goody hammer is another well-known example, discovered in 1844 by quarry workers in Scotland. This hammer, with its wooden handle, was reportedly found encased within solid Carboniferous-era sandstone, estimated to be around 300 million years old. The apparent modernity of the hammer, combined with the extreme age of the rock, made it seem like a clear indication of advanced technology existing far before humans. In China, the Baigong pipes have gained notoriety, discovered in 2002 near Mount Baigong in Qinghai province. These pipes are said to be metallic and arranged in intricate patterns within a cave system. Some of the pipes reportedly extend into a salt lake. Geologists estimate the age of the surrounding rock formations to be hundreds of millions of years old. The seemingly manufactured nature of the pipes in such an ancient context has led to speculation about an ancient, unknown civilization. More historical examples include discoveries from the 19th century that puzzled observers. The South African grooved spheres, found in pyrophyllite deposits near Ottosdal, South Africa, are small, metallic-looking spheres, often described as having precisely cut grooves around their circumference. These deposits are estimated to be incredibly ancient, around 2.8 billion years old. Their uniformity and apparent design have led some to suggest an artificial origin. There are also instances from archaeological sites where items, while clearly ancient, appear to have characteristics that some observers found strangely modern. Heinrich Schliemann, the discoverer of ancient Troy in the late 19th century, found a peculiar ceramic jar with what he described as an owl-faced design. While certainly ancient, some interpretations have stretched its resemblance to suggest a kind of proto-industrial aesthetic, though this remains an outlier view among archaeologists. The existence of alleged Venezuelan gold thread found in 250-million-year-old coal has also been reported, implying highly advanced metallurgical skills in a vastly ancient period. These finds, whether a supposed spark plug in ancient rock, a metallic pot from the distant past, or a hammer embedded in 300-million-year-old stone, are strange because they appear to defy the well-established scientific understanding of Earth's chronology and the evolutionary timeline of life and intelligence. They present a perceived challenge to the conventional narrative that humans, as we know them, and our technology, are relatively very recent developments in the planet's history. This apparent conflict makes them inherently intriguing and compelling to those who seek evidence for alternative histories or forgotten civilizations, fueling widespread popular discussion and speculation. The very idea of an object that should not exist in a particular time frame is what gives these parts their enduring fascination and their role in the popular imagination. The fascination surrounding out-of-place artifacts, or parts, stems from their apparent contradiction with established scientific timelines. However, when these claims are subjected to rigorous scientific scrutiny, they almost invariably find conventional explanations that do not require rethinking the history of Earth or human civilization. The debate around parts highlights fundamental differences in how evidence is gathered, analyzed, and accepted in scientific communities versus how it is often presented in popular culture. Central to the scientific rejection of most part claims is the principle of the scientific method and the requirement for verifiable evidence. For any extraordinary claim, extraordinary evidence is needed, and that evidence must be gathered and presented in a way that allows for independent verification and peer review. This typically involves proper archaeological excavation, meticulous geological dating of the surrounding context, and detailed analysis of the artifact itself by experts in relevant fields. Most art claims fall short of these standards. Often, the objects are found by amateurs without careful documentation of their exact stratigraphic position. This lack of reliable provenance makes it impossible to confirm the true age or context of the find. One of the most common explanations for alleged OOP arts is the misidentification or misinterpretation of natural geological formations. Nature can create remarkably intricate and symmetrical forms that might appear artificial to an untrained eye. For example, concretions are hard, compact masses of rock formed by the precipitation of mineral cement within sediment. They can sometimes assume highly regular or even spherical shapes, with distinct lines or grooves, leading to their misidentification as manufactured objects. The South African grooved spheres, described in the previous section as small, metallic spheres with grooves, are widely accepted by geologists as natural concretions, specifically limonite concretions formed through geological processes, where the grooves are a natural pattern of deposition or erosion, not machine tooling. Similarly, the Koso artifact, the spark plug-like object, was thoroughly examined by geologists and researchers who concluded that it was a modern spark plug from the 1920s, encased not in a geode, but in a concretion of rapidly hardening clay and iron oxides. The formation process could have created the hard casing around the spark plug relatively quickly, leading to the mistaken impression of extreme antiquity. Another frequent explanation for OOP arts is contamination or intrusion. This occurs when a modern object finds its way into an older geological layer through natural processes like erosion, cracks in rock, animal burrowing, or human activities like mining, drilling, or grave digging. For instance, the King Goody hammer, reportedly found in Carboniferous rock, is often explained as a modern hammer that fell into an old mining fissure. Mineral-rich water then seeped into the fissure, solidifying around the hammer over a relatively short geological time frame, creating the impression that it was originally embedded in ancient, solid rock. The wood of the handle, if it were truly 300 million years old, would have turned to coal or been entirely mineralized, which was not the case with the hammer found. Hoaxes and frauds also account for a small but significant number of OOP art claims. While less common in modern times due to increased scientific scrutiny, historical examples exist where objects were deliberately fabricated or misrepresented to deceive. Even without outright fraud, a lack of scientific rigor in initial reports can lead to persistent misconceptions. The Dorchester pot is a case where the original report lacked the kind of detailed geological analysis that would be expected today, and subsequent attempts to locate and properly study the object have been unsuccessful. Its story largely rests on a 19th century anecdote, the phenomenon of pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive meaningful images or patterns in random or ambiguous visual stimuli, also plays a role. People might see faces in clouds or shapes in abstract art. Similarly, natural rock formations, erosion patterns, or mineral deposits can, to the eager observer, appear to be tools, carvings, or even complex machinery. The Baigong pipes in China, while intriguing, have been largely interpreted by geologists as natural formations, possibly related to geological fractures or fossilized tree roots where mineral deposition has created pipe-like structures. The presence of natural iron-rich minerals in the area supports this natural explanation. The scientific consensus regarding OOP arts is overwhelmingly skeptical. Mainstream geologists, archaeologists, and paleontologists acknowledge the possibility of unique discoveries, but require strict adherence to scientific methodology. The overwhelming body of evidence from millions of verified archaeological sites and geological formations consistently supports the established timelines for the evolution of life and the development of human technology. No OOP art has ever been subjected to multiple, independent, peer-reviewed studies that confirm an unequivocally anomalous origin that defies natural explanation. The vast number of non-anomalous findings constantly reinforces the current scientific understanding. The debate persists not due to strong scientific counter-evidence from all parts, but often because of public fascination with mystery, a desire to challenge established narratives, and sometimes a misunderstanding of geological processes or the nature of scientific proof. While the Silurian Hypothesis is a scientific thought experiment about what kinds of evidence might theoretically survive from an ancient civilization, OPUARTs are specific, alleged findings that almost always have natural or prosaic explanations upon closer examination. They serve as cautionary tales about the importance of rigorous scientific methodology and critical thinking when faced with extraordinary claims. To ponder the possibility of an ancient civilization existing on Earth long before our own, one must first confront the truly immense scale of geological time. Our planet is approximately 4.54 billion years old, a number so vast it challenges human comprehension. To put this into perspective, if the entire history of the Earth were condensed into a single calendar year, with the Big Bang occurring on January 1st, modern humans would appear only in the last few minutes of December 31st, and all of recorded human history would occupy just the final seconds. This profound depth of time means that there have been billions of years, vast stretches of planetary evolution, during which the conditions for complex life, and potentially even intelligent civilizations, could have arisen and vanished long before the emergence of Homo sapiens. The age of Earth is not a guess, it is determined through precise scientific methods, primarily radiometric dating. Scientists analyze meteorites, which are remnants from the early solar system, and the oldest rocks on Earth, such as zircons found in Western Australia. These analyses reveal that the materials forming our planet solidified about 4.54 billion years ago, the very first eon of Earth's history. The Hadean spans from its formation until roughly 4 billion years ago. During this fiery period, the planet was a molten ball, frequently bombarded by asteroids and comets. The Moon is believed to have formed during this eon, possibly from a giant impact. The atmosphere was a toxic mix, and the surface was too hot and unstable for water to exist in liquid form for long periods. Life as we know it would have been impossible during the Hadean. Following the Hadean came the Archean, lasting from 4 billion to 2.5 billion years ago. As the Earth began to cool, water vapor condensed to form the first oceans, and primitive continental crust started to emerge. Crucially, it was during this eon, around 3.8 billion years ago, that the earliest definitive evidence of life appeared. These were simple, single-celled organisms, prokaryotes like bacteria and archaea, living in the oceans. Their existence was profoundly important, as some of these early life forms began the process of photosynthesis, releasing oxygen into the atmosphere. However, for well over a billion years, life remained microscopic and relatively simple, characterized by microbial mats and bacterial colonies. This was a long stretch where life was present, but not in forms we associate with advanced civilization. The Proterozoic eon extended from 2.5 billion to 541 million years ago. This eon witnessed several pivotal changes. The oxygen produced by early life forms slowly accumulated in the atmosphere, leading to the Great Oxidation Event around 2.4 billion years ago. This event fundamentally changed Earth's chemistry and paved the way for more complex life. Eukaryotic cells, which have a nucleus and other specialized structures, evolved around 2 billion years ago. Later in the Proterozoic, around 600 million years ago, the first true multicellular organisms appeared, known as the Ediacaran biota. These were soft-bodied, often disc-shaped or frond-like creatures. While multicellular, they lacked complex organs, mobility, and hard parts, making them fundamentally different from the complex animals that would follow. Despite these advances, the vast majority of the Proterozoic eon, spanning nearly 2 billion years, was dominated by relatively simple life forms, leaving ample time for evolutionary paths that might have led to other outcomes. The Phanerozoic eon, meaning visible life, began 541 million years ago and continues to the present day. This eon is characterized by the explosion of complex, diverse life forms that left extensive fossil records. It is divided into three major eras: the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic. Each of these eras spans tens to hundreds of millions of years, providing immense stretches of time during which life underwent profound changes, including periods of flourishing and devastating mass extinctions. The Paleozoic era began with the Cambrian explosion, a period of rapid diversification of animal life. This was followed by the emergence of fish, land plants, insects, amphibians, and eventually reptiles. Life colonized the land, and vast forests covered the continent. Towards the end of the Paleozoic, the supercontinent Pangaea formed, and the era culminated in the Permian-Triassic extinction event, the most severe mass extinction in Earth's history, which wiped out over 90% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. Despite this cataclysm, this era alone lasted for nearly 300 million years, a time frame so vast it could easily contain multiple cycles of a civilization's rise and fall. The Mesozoic era, often called the Age of Dinosaurs, stretched from 252 to 66 million years ago. This was the era when dinosaurs dominated terrestrial ecosystems for over 180 million years. Early mammals and birds also appeared during this time, though they remained relatively small and inconspicuous compared to the towering dinosaurs. The continents continued to drift apart. This era concluded with the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, caused by a massive asteroid impact, which led to the demise of the non-avian dinosaurs and many other life forms. Again, this era spanned a colossal 186 million years, providing an enormous temporal canvas. Finally, the Cenozoic era began 66 million years ago and continues to the present. This is the age of mammals. With the dinosaurs gone, mammals diversified rapidly, filling the vacant ecological niches. Primates evolved, and within the last few million years, our own hominid ancestors emerged. Homo sapiens, modern humans, appeared around 300,000 years ago. The agricultural revolution, which marks the transition from nomadic hunter-gatherer societies to settled communities, began only about 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. The first cities arose around 5,500 years ago, and the Industrial Revolution, which truly transformed our global civilization, occurred in the late 18th century, barely 250 years ago. The sheer brevity of human civilization, measured in mere thousands of years, when juxtaposed against the 4.54 billion-year history of Earth, is staggering. There are multiple intervals of tens, hundreds, and even billions of years where complex life existed and evolved. Between the Permian-Triassic extinction and the KPG extinction, there was a gap of approximately 186 million years. Between the KPG extinction and the rise of humans, there was a span of roughly 65 million years. Each of these immense periods provided ample time for evolutionary pathways to unfold, for intelligent species to potentially emerge, develop technology, flourish, and then disappear, perhaps without leaving definitive, readily detectable traces for our current geological and archaeological methods. The vastness of Earth's age implies that our civilization is not necessarily the first, but merely the latest to occupy this planet. The story of life on Earth is one of gradual progression, but it also features moments of astonishing acceleration. One such pivotal moment is the Cambrian explosion, a period approximately 541 million years ago when the diversity of complex animal life on Earth dramatically increased over a relatively short geological time span. Understanding this event is crucial when considering the possibility of earlier, advanced life forms, as it demonstrates that Earth is capable of fostering rapid evolution leading to sophisticated organisms. Before the Cambrian explosion, for billions of years, life on Earth was predominantly simple. For the vast majority of the Archean and Proterozoic eons, microbial life ruled. The earliest undisputed evidence of life dates back about 3.8 billion years, consisting of single-celled prokaryotes like bacteria and archaea. These microscopic organisms slowly transformed Earth's atmosphere and oceans, gradually accumulating oxygen. Later, around 2 billion years ago, eukaryotic cells evolved, possessing a nucleus and other internal structures which allowed for greater complexity. Around 600 million years ago, during the late Proterozoic, the Ediacaran biota appeared. These were the earliest known multicellular organisms, generally soft-bodied, sessile, and often shaped like fronds, discs, or quilts. While they represent a significant step towards multicellularity, they lack the complex organs, active mobility, and hard parts characteristic of most later animals. The world of the Ediacaran period was largely quiet, dominated by these peculiar, often enigmatic forms of life. Then, about 541 million years ago, something profound happened over a period of perhaps only 10 to 20 million years. Most of the major animal phyla, the fundamental blueprints for animal body plans, suddenly appeared in the fossil record. This rapid diversification of complex organisms is what scientists call the Cambrian explosion. Before this event, the fossil record was sparse and dominated by simple forms. After it, the oceans teemed with a bewildering variety of creatures, many of which had bilateral symmetry, distinct heads and tails, specialized organs, and, crucially, hard exoskeletons or shells. Key players in the Cambrian explosion include creatures like trilobites, which were segmented arthropods with hard exoskeletons that crawled on the seafloor. They are one of the most recognizable groups from this period and are abundant in the fossil record. Other remarkable organisms include Anomalocaris, a large, predatory arthropod-like creature with grasping appendages and a circular mouth, and Wiwaxia, a slug-like animal covered in spines and scales. There was also Pikaia, a small, worm-like creature that is considered one of the earliest known chordates. A group that eventually includes vertebrates like fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. The variety of body forms and ecological roles that emerged during this short period was astonishing. Scientists propose several contributing factors that likely fueled the Cambrian explosion. One major hypothesis involves a significant increase in atmospheric oxygen levels, which reached a threshold necessary to support the metabolic demands of larger, more active, and more complex animals. This oxygenation allowed for the development of more efficient respiratory systems and larger body sizes. Another factor might have been the evolution of specific genetic tools, such as the Hox genes. These are master control genes that regulate the development of body plans in animals. The duplication and diversification of Hox genes could have provided the genetic flexibility needed for rapid evolutionary experimentation and the creation of diverse body forms. Changes in ocean chemistry also played a role. An increase in the availability of calcium in seawater, possibly due to increased erosion or volcanic activity, might have facilitated the secretion of calcium carbonate for shells and skeletons. The development of hard parts was a revolutionary adaptation. It provided protection against predators, support for larger bodies, and anchor points for muscles, enabling more complex movement. The emergence of shells and other protective coverings likely spurred an arms race between predators and prey, driving further diversification and specialization. As predators evolved better ways to catch prey, Prey evolved better defenses, creating a continuous cycle of evolutionary innovation. Furthermore, the end of the snowball Earth glaciations, a series of severe ice ages that covered much of the planet in ice sheets just before the Cambrian, might have cleared ecological niches and spurred evolutionary recovery and diversification once warmer conditions returned. The breaking up of supercontinents, which led to new coastlines and diverse habitats, could also have provided new opportunities for species to diverge and adapt. The Cambrian explosion is profound because it demonstrates Earth's capacity for rapid biological innovation. It shows that, given the right environmental conditions and evolutionary pressures, complex life can emerge and diversify at an astonishing rate. While the life forms of the Cambrian were not intelligent in the human sense, their sudden appearance established the fundamental building blocks of animal life, paving the way for all subsequent evolutionary developments, including those that eventually led to intelligence. If such a rapid burst of complexity could occur 541 million years ago, it suggests that similar windows of opportunity for advanced life to emerge could have opened and closed at other points in Earth's 4.54 billion-year history, well before Homo sapiens ever walked the planet. The fossil record of the Cambrian period, characterized by the emergence of hard-bodied creatures, is significantly richer than that of previous periods, indicating how the physical traits of life directly influence what is preserved, and thus what we can detect of past biological epochs. It's a night unlike any other, a vast, unbroken expanse of darkness, interrupted only by the cold, distant glow of ancient stars. The blackness of space stretches in all directions, infinite and unyielding. Here, in this silent abyss, time itself seems to lose its meaning. You are an astronaut, floating freely, untethered from your spacecraft. The Earth, a brilliant, swirling marble of blue and white, spins silently below you, a familiar and comforting sight in the overwhelming emptiness. Yet something feels off, a subtle, almost imperceptible wrongness. You glance at your wristwatch, a habit from a world of schedules and deadlines, expecting to see the familiar, steady tick of seconds marching forward. But the hands seem sluggish, reluctant to move, as if they are pushing through an invisible, viscous medium. You blink, shake your head, and look again. Nothing has changed. The hands are still crawling at a snail's pace. Then, a flicker of movement catches your eye in the periphery. The distant stars, which should be constant, unwavering points of light, appear to twinkle at irregular, unsettling intervals. Their light seems stretched, distorted, as if reality itself is bending and warping around you. On board the spacecraft, just a few meters away, your crewmates continue their routine, their voices a faint, tinny murmur in your earpiece. You can see them through the viewport, checking instruments, conversing, floating effortlessly in the familiar embrace of microgravity. Their movements appear normal, their time flowing at the expected, predictable rate. But out here, where you drift alone in the void, time is different. You take a deep, ragged breath, the sound of it loud and alien in the silence of your helmet, trying to calm the rising sense of unease. You have studied this phenomenon before, in textbooks and simulations. Time dilation, a strange and wonderful prediction of Einstein's theories of relativity. But now, experiencing it firsthand, you feel something deeper, something more unsettling than any equation could ever convey. A question, ancient and profound. Echoes in the silent chambers of your mind, what is time? From the moment we are born, we live under the inexorable rule of time. It is the invisible, and often tyrannical, metronome that dictates the rhythm of our lives. It marks the passage of our existence, from the fleeting innocence of childhood, through the striving and struggles of adulthood, to the quiet reflections of old age. It determines when we wake, when we work, when we eat, when we rest. We measure it with our clocks. We count it in our calendars. And we often fear its relentless, unidirectional march forward. But what if this most fundamental aspect of our reality, this thing that seems to govern our every moment, is not as real as it seems? What if everything we experience, the past, the present, the future, is not a flowing sequence of events, but exists simultaneously, a vast, frozen landscape of now? What if time does not flow at all? To us, time feels like a river, a current that carries us inexorably from the fixed, immutable shores of the past towards the unknown, open waters of the future. But some of the greatest and most courageous minds in human history have dared to question whether this powerful, intuitive perception is a true reflection of reality, or is merely an elaborate and deeply convincing illusion created by the workings of our own consciousness. If we could somehow step outside of the universe, if we could adopt a God's eye view and look at time from a higher, inaccessible dimension, what would we see? Would we see a linear, unfolding story, a film playing out from beginning to end, or would we see the entire film at once? Every single frame, the first and the last, existing simultaneously in a single, timeless, four-dimensional block. The implications of this are profound and deeply unsettling. If time is an illusion, if the future is as real and as fixed as the past, then our cherished and deeply held belief in our own free will may also be an illusion. Every decision we make, every action we take, every single creative thought we have might already be determined, already written into the unchanging script of the cosmos, like a film reel where the ending is already printed on the celluloid. But we, as characters in the story, can only watch it unfold, moment by agonizing, beautiful, and seemingly spontaneous moment. The nature of time has been a battleground for philosophers and scientists for millennia. The ancient Greek philosopher Parmenides, in the 5th century BC, argued that change itself was an illusion. For him, all of reality was a single, static, and unchanging whole, a perfect and eternal sphere of being. Our perception of a flowing, changing world was merely a trick of our unreliable senses, a fleeting and deceptive shadow play on the walls of our mental cave. To Parmenides, the past, the present, and the future already existed, fixed and immutable, and what we experience as the now was just our limited, and ultimately illusory, perspective on this eternal, timeless reality. His ideas stood in stark and dramatic contrast to those of his contemporary, Heraclitus, who believed that change, or flux, was the fundamental and only nature of existence. "No man ever steps in the same river twice," he famously said, "for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." For Heraclitus, time was not an illusion to be seen through. It was the very essence of reality, the creative and often destructive fire that was constantly shaping and reshaping the universe in an endless, dynamic process of becoming. These two, diametrically opposed ideas, time as illusion versus time as reality, set the stage for thousands of years of intellectual and philosophical debate. Plato, in the shadow of Parmenides, saw time as a moving image of eternity, a mere imperfect reflection of a deeper, timeless, and more real realm of perfect, unchanging forms. His student, Aristotle, took a more practical and in many ways more modern view. He disagreed with the idea of time as an independent, existing entity. arguing instead that it was simply a measure of change. For Aristotle, time was real, but only in relation to the motion and the unfolding of events in the physical world. It had no existence of its own, beyond its role as a way of quantifying the universe's dynamic processes. For centuries, the debate continued, but the dominant view, the one that would come to shape the scientific revolution, was that of time as an absolute, independent entity. When Isaac Newton formulated his revolutionary laws of motion and gravity in the 17th century, he imagined time as a universal, cosmic clock, ticking away at a constant, unvarying rate for all observers, everywhere in the universe, completely independent of the space and the matter that it contained. For Newton, time was like an invisible and infinitely long thread stretching across all of existence, providing a fixed and absolute backdrop against which all the events of the cosmos could be unambiguously ordered and measured. But then, in the early years of the 20th century, everything changed. A young, and at the time unknown, patent clerk in Bern, Switzerland, named Albert Einstein, completely shattered Newton's elegant, but ultimately incorrect, vision of time with his special, and later his general, theory of relativity. Einstein showed that time was not an absolute, independent, and universal force. It was fluid, it was flexible, it was elastic, and most profoundly, it was deeply and inextricably connected to space itself. Space and time. Einstein argued, were not separate entities, but were two aspects of the same underlying reality, a single, four-dimensional fabric that he called space-time. The consequences of this idea were staggering, and they have been confirmed by a century of precise and rigorous experimentation. Relativity tells us that time can be stretched and contracted, that its passage is relative to the motion and the gravitational environment of the observer. The faster you move through space, the slower time passes for you relative to a stationary observer. The stronger the gravitational field you are in, the more time slows down. Bending under the immense weight of the universe's most massive objects, time was no longer a universal, cosmic constant. It was a local, personal, and dynamic phenomenon, changing its rhythm and its flow, depending on where you were and how you were moving. This was not just a theoretical speculation. Atomic clocks, the most precise timekeeping devices ever created by human hands, when placed on fast-moving jets or on high-altitude GPS satellites, have been shown to tick at slightly but measurably different speeds compared to their identical counterparts left behind on the surface of the Earth. The implications were profound. If time could be stretched and warped, if its passage was not the same for everyone, then what did that mean for our everyday, common-sense experience of reality? Could time, as we understand it, as we feel it, even be real? Perhaps the most radical and most mind-bending implication of Einstein's unified space-time was the idea of the block universe. If space and time are truly woven together into a single, four-dimensional fabric, then this fabric must contain all of time, just as it contains all of space. The universe is not a film reel that is playing out from beginning to end. It is a completed film, a single, static block of space-time, with every single frame, every moment in history, from the first flicker of the Big Bang to the final, dying embers of the last stars already in place. In this view, the past is not gone, and the future is not something that has yet to arrive. All moments, past, present, and future, exist equally, simultaneously, like different and equally real locations on a vast, four-dimensional map. What we perceive as the flow of time, the feeling of the now moving forward, is merely the path of our own consciousness. the subjective journey of our awareness as it moves along its fixed, predetermined world line through this unchanging, four-dimensional structure. If the block universe model is a correct description of reality, then the future already exists, just as surely and as concretely as the past does. The moment of your birth, the moment you are experiencing right now as you listen to these words, and the moment of your death are all equally real, all frozen into the eternal, crystalline structure of space-time. This is an idea that is deeply and profoundly difficult for the human mind to grasp because it contradicts our most basic and powerful intuitions. We feel time moving forward. We feel it slipping through our fingers like sand. We experience the past as a fixed and unchangeable memory, and the future as an open and unwritten book. But all of this, in the block universe view, may be nothing more than a powerful and deeply convincing illusion, a trick of our perception, a story that our consciousness tells itself to make sense of a reality that is far stranger and more static than our senses can comprehend. And if this is true, it raises a host of deep and deeply unsettling questions about the nature of our own free will. If the future is already written, if every event is already laid out in the four-dimensional map of space-time, then are we truly making choices? Or are we simply actors in a grand cosmic play, following a predetermined script, believing ourselves to be in control, when in reality, every action we take, every thought we have, every choice we seem to make is already fixed, already embedded in the unchanging structure of space-time? Some scientists and philosophers argue that this is the only logical conclusion. If time is truly just another dimension, like space, then the idea of changing the future is as nonsensical as trying to change a particular coordinate in space. The future does not unfold, it simply is, but not everyone agrees with this stark and somewhat bleak interpretation. Some physicists argue that the block universe picture, which is rooted in the classical deterministic world of general relativity, is not the whole story. They argue that time is not a fundamental aspect of reality, but is an emergent property, something that arises from the deeper, more fundamental, and more mysterious laws of quantum physics in the strange and counterintuitive world of quantum mechanics. Time behaves in bizarre and unpredictable ways. Particles can exist in a superposition of multiple states at once, their futures seemingly undecided until the very moment they are measured. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that reality itself does not have a single, fixed timeline, but instead branches into a vast and constantly growing tree of possibilities. This has led to the concept of the growing block universe, a kind of middle ground between the eternalism of the block universe and the presentism of our everyday experience. In this view, the past and the present are real. They exist. But the future does not. Not yet. The universe is constantly growing, constantly expanding, with new moments, new slices of time, being added as reality unfolds. The future is not predetermined. It is being actively and dynamically created, moment by moment. Its path shaped by the inherent, irreducible uncertainty of the quantum world, and perhaps by the choices of conscious living beings. This concept of a growing, open-ended universe aligns much more closely with our own subjective experience of time. We feel the past as something that is fixed, something that we can remember but cannot change. The future, however, feels uncertain, open, a realm of possibility that we can anticipate, but do not yet see. The growing block universe model suggests that this feeling is not an illusion, but is a true reflection of the nature of reality. The present moment becomes a special and physically real, frontier, the very edge of existence, the place where the quantum probabilities of the future are collapsing into the classical certainties of the past. It is the place where reality is being forged. And yet, even this more intuitive idea raises more questions than it answers. If time is truly something that is being created, then what is the mechanism of this creation? What determines how, and at what rate, it unfolds? If the future is not fixed, then what guides the path it takes? And if quantum mechanics allows for a multitude of different possible futures, does that mean that there are multiple parallel realities, alternate timelines that are constantly branching out from our own with every quantum event, with every choice we make? Some scientists and philosophers believe that the ultimate answer to these profound questions may lie not in the external world of physics, but in the internal world of consciousness itself. Our perception of time is so deeply and intimately tied to the way our minds process information, to the very structure of our own conscious awareness. We experience life as a linear sequence of moments, one following another, and this creates the powerful and compelling illusion of a flowing, moving present. But this experience may not be a true reflection of the fundamental nature of time. It may be a feature of our consciousness, a useful and adaptive mental model rather than a fundamental property of the universe. In this view, our consciousness does not move through time. It simply exists, sequentially, at different points along a pre-existing timeline. In the same way that we only experience one specific location at a time as we move through space. We only experience one single moment at a time as we seem to move through space-time. But all of those other moments, the past, the present, and the future, are equally real, all just waiting in their own specific coordinate in the block universe, to be observed, to be experienced, to be illuminated by the moving flashlight of our own conscious awareness. This is an idea that is incredibly difficult for the human mind to grasp because it contradicts everything we feel, everything we intuitively know about the nature of time. But if the great scientific revolutions of relativity and quantum mechanics have taught us anything, it is that the universe is far stranger, far more mysterious, and far more beautiful than we could have ever imagined. The familiar, comforting, and seemingly relentless flow of time may be nothing more than an elaborate trick of our own perception, a mental construct that our brains have evolved to make sense of a reality that is far more complex, more static, and more wonderfully timeless than our senses can ever directly comprehend. As you continue to float in the deep, silent void of space, as you watch the Earth slowly, majestically, turn below you, you begin to wonder, is this moment happening now, or has it already happened 1,000,000 years ago? In the mind of a distant alien observer, could the future already be written, a story waiting for you to reach its final page? Or is it still being created, its narrative shaped by choices you have yet to make? Perhaps time is not something we move through. Perhaps it is not something that exists at all, in the way we think it does. Perhaps time is simply the way we, as conscious living beings, experience a universe that is already and forever complete, a vast, silent, and eternal tapestry, with every moment laid out, like the infinite, shining threads of a cosmic poem, waiting, unchanging, and beautiful. The idea that our universe is a vast, four-dimensional block of space-time, a static and unchanging reality where all of time exists simultaneously, is a profound and deeply unsettling one. But if it is correct, it raises a tantalizing and inevitable question: if time is just another dimension, like space, can we move freely through it? Can we, in principle, build a machine that could carry us back to the past, to witness the rise of ancient empires, or to meet our own ancestors? Or could we leap forward into the distant future, to see the fate of our species and the ultimate destiny of our world. Science, in its rigorous and often counterintuitive way, suggests that one of these journeys is not just possible, but is a proven and observable fact of our reality. In 1971, in a simple but brilliant experiment, the physicists Joseph Haffel and Richard Keating took a set of highly precise cesium beam atomic clocks and placed them on commercial airliners, flying them around the world, first eastward and then westward. When they returned and compared these airborne clocks to identical, synchronized clocks that had remained stationary on the ground at the U.S. Naval Observatory, they found something astonishing. The clocks that had traveled on the moving planes had ticked at a slightly, but measurably, different rate than the clocks that had stayed behind. Time itself had passed differently for the travelers. This was a direct and stunning confirmation of the time dilation predicted by Einstein's theories of relativity. The faster you move through space, the slower time flows for you, relative to a stationary observer. This means that if a person were to embark on a journey in a spaceship traveling at a significant fraction of the speed of light, they could experience time at a dramatically slower rate than the people they left behind on Earth. A crew of astronauts could travel to a nearby star system and back, a journey that might feel like just a few years to them, only to return to an Earth where centuries or even millennia have passed. In a very real and physical sense, they would have traveled into the future. This is not just a theoretical possibility, it is a constant and necessary consideration in our modern technological world. The high-energy particles called muons, which are created when cosmic rays from space slam into the Earth's upper atmosphere, are a beautiful everyday example of this. These muons have an incredibly short lifespan. They should decay in just a few millionths of a second, and should never have enough time to survive the long journey from the upper atmosphere to the ground. And yet, we detect them here, on the surface of the Earth, in large numbers. The reason is that because they are traveling at very nearly the speed of light. Time, from their perspective, slows down dramatically. Their internal biological clocks tick much more slowly than ours, and they live long enough, from our point of view, to complete their journey. Every single astronaut who has ever lived and worked on the International Space Station is, in a small but real way, a time traveler. Their bodies aging just a tiny fraction of a second slower than the rest of us on Earth. Time travel to the future is not just possible, it is a constant and well-verified feature of our relativistic universe. But while the journey forward in time is allowed by the known laws of physics, the journey backward is a far more problematic and far more philosophically fraught proposition. If time travel to the past were possible, it would seem to open up a Pandora's box of logical paradoxes, contradictions that threaten to unravel the very fabric of causality. The most famous of these is the grandfather paradox. Imagine you build a time machine, travel back to the year your grandfather was a young, unmarried man, and for some strange and malevolent reason, you prevent him from ever meeting your grandmother. As a result, your parent is never born, and therefore you are never born. But if you were never born, how could you have possibly traveled back in time to commit the act in the first place? The very success of your mission seems to erase the possibility of you ever having embarked on it. It is a perfect and seemingly inescapable logical loop. And the paradoxes do not stop there. There is the bootstrap paradox, or causal loop, where an object or a piece of information seems to have no origin. Imagine you are a struggling playwright. A mysterious time traveler appears and gives you a copy of the complete works of William Shakespeare. You then spend your life publishing these plays under your own name, becoming the most famous playwright in history. Then, in your old age, you build a time machine, travel back in time, and give the same volume of plays to your younger, struggling self. The question is, Who wrote the plays? They seem to exist in an eternal, self-creating loop, without ever having been written. These paradoxes suggest that there is something deeply, and perhaps fundamentally, wrong with the idea of backward time travel. Physicists and philosophers have proposed several ingenious ways that the universe might conspire to avoid these contradictions. One idea is the Novikov self-consistency principle, proposed by the Russian physicist Igor Dmitrievich Novikov in the 1980s. This principle states that the laws of physics are such that any event that would lead to a paradox simply cannot happen. The probability of such an event occurring is zero. If you were to travel back in time and try to change history, the universe would subtly and inexorably prevent you from doing so. Your gun would jam, your car would break down, you would have a sudden, inexplicable change of heart. Your actions would be constrained in such a way that they always and inevitably lead to the very history that you were a part of. In this view, you can travel to the past, but you cannot change it. You can become a part of the past, but you cannot alter its course. Your presence was, in a sense, already factored in. Another, and perhaps even more radical, possibility is that the universe avoids paradoxes by splitting into multiple parallel timelines. This is the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, applied to the problem of time travel. In this view, every quantum event, every choice, every possibility, causes the universe to branch into a new, parallel reality. If this is the case, then traveling to the past would not take you back into the history of your own original timeline. It would take you to a new and slightly different branch of the multiverse. In this alternate reality, you would be free to act as you please. You could, in principle, prevent your grandparents from meeting, but this would have no effect on your own original timeline. You would simply have created a new parallel universe where you were never born, while your own original universe continues on, unchanged. This is an idea that is often explored in science fiction, the idea of creating alternate histories. It neatly resolves the paradoxes, but it does so at a high price. It means that true time travel, in the sense of returning to your own personal past and changing it, might still be impossible. And it means that any time traveler would be forever marooned in an alternate reality, an orphan of time, forever cut off from the world they came from. But even if the universe has a way of dealing with the paradoxes, there is still the immense and perhaps insurmountable practical challenge of actually building a time machine. The laws of physics, as we currently understand them, do allow for the theoretical possibility of closed time-like curves, which are paths through space-time that loop back on themselves, allowing an object to return to its own past. In 1949, the great logician and mathematician Kurt Gödel, a close friend of Einstein's, discovered a strange and disturbing solution to Einstein's equations of general relativity. He found that in a universe that was rotating, it would be possible for an object to follow a specific trajectory and to arrive back at a point in its own past. But our own universe, as far as we can tell from our observations, does not appear to be rotating in the way that Gödel's model requires. Another, and more famous possibility is the wormhole. A wormhole is a theoretical and highly speculative tunnel or shortcut through space-time, connecting two distant points. First predicted as a possibility by the physicist Ludwig Flamm in 1916, and later explored in more depth by Einstein and his colleague Nathan Rosen. A wormhole is a kind of bridge through the fabric of reality. If a traversable wormhole could be created and stabilized, perhaps by using some form of exotic negative energy matter, it could, in theory, be turned into a time machine. The idea, most famously explored by the physicist Kip Thorne, is that you could take one mouth of the wormhole and accelerate it to very nearly the speed of light, while keeping the other mouth stationary. Due to the effects of relativistic time dilation, time would pass much more slowly for the moving mouth. If a traveler were to then enter the stationary mouth, they could emerge from the moving mouth at an earlier point in time. The two ends of the wormhole would be connected to different moments in time, creating a gateway to the past. But even if this were theoretically possible, the challenges are immense. The amount of exotic, negative energy required to stabilize a wormhole would be astronomical. And any attempt to send something through it could trigger violent instabilities that would cause the wormhole to collapse in an instant. And even if we could overcome all of these immense theoretical and practical challenges, there is still one final and deeply puzzling question. If time travel to the past is possible, then where are all the time travelers? If future civilizations have developed the technology to visit their own past, why haven't we been inundated with tourists from the future? This is a version of the famous Fermi paradox. And it is a question that has no easy answer. Some have argued that perhaps time machines can only travel back to the point at which they were first invented, meaning that no one from the future could ever visit a time before the creation of the first working time machine. Others have suggested that time travelers might be here, but are operating under a strict prime directive of non-interference, carefully observing our history without ever revealing themselves. Or perhaps, and this is a more sobering thought, time travel is just too difficult, too dangerous, or too energetically expensive to ever be a practical reality. And then there is the possibility that there is a deeper, more fundamental law of the universe that we do not yet understand, a law that explicitly forbids backward time travel. The second law of thermodynamics, the inexorable increase of entropy, is a candidate for such a law. If the arrow of time is fundamentally tied to the direction of increasing disorder, then to reverse the flow of time might require the reversal of entropy itself, a process that has never been observed in nature, and which may be fundamentally impossible. A shattered glass on the floor will never spontaneously reassemble itself. The universe seems to have a built-in preference for disorder, for decay, for a one-way journey into the future. Perhaps time, as we experience it, is simply a consequence of this fundamental thermodynamic asymmetry. And if this is the case, then traveling backward in time might not just be difficult. It might be as fundamentally impossible as trying to unbreak an egg. And yet, the question, the dream, the possibility remains. If time is truly just another dimension, like space, then why can we only move through it in one direction? Why can we remember the past, but not the future? If the block universe is real, and all of a sudden moments exist equally, then what is so special about the now? Some physicists and philosophers have suggested that the ultimate answer may lie not in the external world of physics, but in the internal world of consciousness itself. Perhaps our brains are wired in such a way that they can only process information sequentially, giving us the powerful, and perhaps illusory, sensation of a flowing, moving present. In this view, time does not move. We do. Or rather, our consciousness does. As you continue to float in the deep, silent void of space, as you watch the beautiful blue and white earth slowly, ceaselessly, turn below you, the answers seem to be just beyond your grasp. The universe holds its secrets close, waiting for a future generation, a new Einstein, to come along and unlock them. Perhaps one day we will master the mysteries of time, and we will discover whether it is a force we can control, a prison we can escape, or merely a beautiful and deeply human illusion that we can never truly transcend. The very fabric of the universe, the four-dimensional space-time of Einstein's relativity, is not a static, passive stage. It is a dynamic, physical entity that can be bent, warped, and twisted by the presence of mass and energy. and in the most extreme and violent corners of the cosmos, near the event horizons of black holes or in the fiery crucible of the Big Bang. This fabric can be stretched and distorted to its absolute limits. It is in these extreme environments that the true, and often bizarre, nature of time is revealed. The fact that gravity can affect the flow of time, a phenomenon known as gravitational time dilation, is one of the most profound and well-tested predictions of general relativity. The stronger the gravitational field, the more time is stretched, the slower it flows relative to a region of weaker gravity. A clock at sea level will tick just a tiny fraction of a second slower than an identical clock on top of a mountain, where the Earth's gravitational pull is slightly weaker. This is not a theoretical curiosity. It is a real physical effect that must be accounted for in our most precise technologies. Like the global positioning system, the satellites that make up the GPS network are in a weaker gravitational field than we are on the surface of the Earth, and their onboard atomic clocks therefore run slightly faster than ours. If this relativistic effect were not corrected for, the GPS system would accumulate errors of several kilometers every single day, rendering it completely useless. Gravity, it seems, has a direct and measurable grip on the passage of time. And nowhere is this grip stronger than in the vicinity of a black hole. As you approach the event horizon of a black hole, the curvature of space-time becomes increasingly extreme. To an outside, distant observer, your clock would appear to be slowing down, your movements becoming increasingly sluggish. At the very edge of the event horizon, time, from the outside observer's perspective, would seem to come to a complete and utter standstill. You would appear to be frozen in time for all of eternity. Your image smeared across the surface of the black hole like a ghostly afterimage from your own perspective. However, as you cross the event horizon, time would be flowing perfectly normally. You would feel no jolt, no sudden change. You would simply have passed the point of no return. Your future now inexorably directed towards the infinitely dense singularity at the black hole's core. This strange and beautiful disconnect between the experience of the infalling observer and the distant observer is a direct consequence of the extreme warping of time near a black hole, and it offers a natural, one-way form of time travel. If you could somehow build a spacecraft that could hover just outside the event horizon of a supermassive black hole for what feels like a few hours or a few days, and then return to a region of weaker gravity, you would find that you have traveled far into the future of the rest of the universe. Thousands, or even millions, of years could have passed. In this sense, black holes are natural. One-way time machines, portals to the distant future. But if gravity can slow down time, could it also, in principle, be used to reverse it? Could we somehow manipulate the geometry of space-time in such a way that it loops back on itself, creating a pathway to the past? This is the realm of closed time-like curves, and it is a possibility that is allowed, at least in theory, by the equations of general relativity. The mathematician Kurt Gödel, in 1949, was the first to discover a solution to Einstein's equations that contained these strange, time-looping paths. His solution described a hypothetical, rotating universe, a cosmos where the entire fabric of space-time was spinning. In such a universe, the light cones that define the possible future paths of an object would be tilted by the rotation, and it would be possible for a sufficiently fast-moving spacecraft to follow a trajectory that would eventually lead it back to a point in its own past. But our own universe, as far as we can tell, is not rotating in the way that Gödel's model requires. Another, more famous, theoretical possibility for creating a time machine is the wormhole. A wormhole, or an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a hypothetical tunnel or shortcut through the fabric of space-time, connecting two distant points. Imagine space-time as a two-dimensional sheet of paper. A wormhole would be like folding the paper over and punching a hole through it, creating a direct path between 2 points that would otherwise be very far apart. If a traversable wormhole could be created and stabilized, it could, in theory, be turned into a time machine. The process, as envisioned by the physicist Kip Thorne, would involve taking one mouth of the wormhole and accelerating it to near light speed, while the other mouth remained stationary. Due to time dilation, the clock at the moving mouth would tick more slowly than the clock at the stationary mouth. An age difference would be created between the two ends of the wormhole. A traveler could then enter the stationary mouth, pass through the wormhole, and emerge from the moving mouth at an earlier point in time, effectively traveling into the past. But the challenges to building such a device are immense, and perhaps insurmountable. A traversable wormhole would require the existence of exotic matter, a hypothetical substance with a negative energy density, to prop it open and to prevent it from collapsing into a singularity. We have never observed such matter, and it may be forbidden by the laws of physics, and even if a wormhole time machine could be built, it would be subject to the same unsettling paradoxes of causality that we have already discussed. The universe, it seems, has a deep and powerful aversion to paradox. But the fact that our best theory of gravity allows for these strange, time-bending possibilities is a profound testament to the deep and mysterious nature of time itself. It suggests that time is not a simple, immutable background, but a dynamic, physical, and ultimately malleable aspect of our reality. The deep and unresolved tension between the classical, deterministic world of general relativity and the probabilistic, uncertain world of quantum mechanics is nowhere more apparent than in our attempts to understand the nature of time. If time is a fundamental aspect of reality, as it appears to be in our macroscopic world, then how do we reconcile this with the strange, and often timeless, nature of the quantum realm? Some physicists have come to believe that time itself may not be fundamental at all. It may be an emergent phenomenon, a macroscopic illusion that arises from a deeper, more fundamental, and ultimately timeless quantum reality. This is a radical and difficult idea to grasp, but it is one that is gaining increasing support from several different lines of inquiry in theoretical physics. One of the strongest hints that time may not be fundamental comes from the problem of time in quantum gravity. When physicists try to combine the equations of general relativity with the principles of quantum mechanics, they often find that the variable for time simply disappears from the final unified equation. This Wheeler-DeWitt equation, as it is known, describes a static, timeless, and unchanging wave function of the universe. This has led some to suggest that at the most fundamental level of reality, there is no time, no change, no becoming. There is only a single, timeless, and eternal now. The flow of time that we experience is, in this view, a kind of illusion, a trick of our own, limited, macroscopic perspective. But how could a timeless reality give rise to an experience that is so defined by time? One possibility is that time emerges from the process of quantum entanglement. As we have seen, entanglement is a deep, non-local connection between quantum particles. Some researchers, like the physicist Don Page and his collaborators, have proposed that the universe as a whole can be divided into smaller subsystems, and that the flow of time that we experience is a result of the increasing entanglement between these subsystems. In this picture, time is a measure of the growing correlation, the increasing informational linkage between different parts of the universe. It is an emergent property of the quantum relationships between things, not a fundamental background in which those things exist. Another related idea comes from the theory of loop quantum gravity. In this framework, space-time is not a smooth, continuous fabric, but is quantized, made up of tiny, discrete, indivisible loops or atoms of space and time in this picture is not a continuous flow, but a series of discrete quantum ticks, a staccato rhythm of change. Our perception of a smooth, continuous flow of time would be an illusion, a macroscopic averaging over these tiny quantum jumps, in the same way that the smooth, continuous image on a movie screen is an illusion created by the rapid succession of discrete, individual frames. If time is truly an emergent phenomenon, if it is not a fundamental aspect of reality, but is a byproduct of deeper, more fundamental physical laws, then this would have profound implications for our understanding of the universe. It would mean that the question, what came before the Big Bang, is not just meaningless because before requires time, but because time itself may not have existed in the primordial, pre-Big Bang state of the universe. It would mean that our entire, vast and ancient cosmos, with its 14 billion year-long history of evolution, could be an emergent structure that has arisen from a timeless and perhaps eternal quantum reality. This also opens up the possibility that our familiar, one-dimensional, forward-flowing time is not the only kind of time that can exist. If time is an emergent property, then different physical systems, different regions of the universe, or even different bubble universes in a larger multiverse, could, in principle, have different emergent temporal structures. There could be universes with 2 dimensions of time, or with a time that is cyclical, or with a time that does not have a single, well-defined direction. The possibilities are as vast and as strange as the mathematical landscape of quantum gravity itself. But even if time is an emergent illusion, it is a very powerful and a very persistent one. And the reason for this persistence may lie in the nature of our own consciousness. Our brains are biological machines that have evolved to survive and to make sense of a classical macroscopic world. And to do so, they have developed a powerful and deeply ingrained mental model of a linear, flowing time. We construct a narrative of our lives, a story that connects a remembered past with an anticipated future, and we place ourselves at the moving, present moment center of this story. This is an incredibly useful and probably necessary adaptation for a creature like us, but it may not be a true reflection of the fundamental nature of reality. The universe may not have a story, it may not have a past, a present, and a future. It may just be. And we, with our time-bound consciousness, are like travelers in a vast, timeless landscape, our awareness like a single, moving flashlight beam that illuminates one small patch of the eternal reality at a time, creating the powerful and beautiful illusion of a journey, of a flow, of a becoming. The quest to understand the true nature of time is a quest that is still in its early stages. But it is a quest that is taking us to the very heart of the deepest mysteries of physics, of consciousness, and of existence itself. And as we continue to probe the strange and beautiful logic of the quantum world, we may find that the solid, familiar river of time that we thought we were traveling on is in fact, a far more mysterious, more magical, and more wonderfully timeless ocean than we could have ever imagined. No matter how we choose to define time, whether as a fundamental, physical dimension, as an emergent, thermodynamic property, or as a subjective, psychological illusion, our own, personal experience of it feels undeniably real. We are, it seems, trapped in the amber of the present moment, forever looking back at a past we can remember but cannot change, and forever looking forward to a future that we can anticipate but cannot yet know. But why? Why? If the universe is a vast, four-dimensional block where all of time exists simultaneously, do we experience it as a linear, one-way flow? Why does our consciousness seem to be locked into this relentless, forward-moving march? The way we perceive time is a unique and mysterious aspect of our own human consciousness. Our other senses, our sight, our hearing, our touch provide us with a rich, multidimensional, and largely simultaneous picture of the world around us. But time is different. We do not perceive it all at once. We experience it sequentially, moment by agonizing, beautiful, and fleeting moment. Our minds are built to be memory machines and prediction engines. We are constantly weaving the raw data of the present into a coherent narrative tapestry that connects a remembered past with an anticipated future. This is the very structure of our conscious experience. And the source of this temporal structure, many neuroscientists now believe, lies in the intricate and still largely mysterious workings of our own brains. The brain is not a simple, passive clock that ticks off the objective moments of an external time. It is an active and highly creative constructor of our temporal experience. Different regions of the brain seem to be responsible for different aspects of our sense of time. The hippocampus, which is crucial for the formation of new memories, is what allows us to place events in a chronological order to build the story of our own past. The prefrontal cortex, the seat of our higher-level executive functions, is what allows us to plan for the future, to simulate different possible outcomes, and to make choices based on those simulations. And the cerebellum, a region at the back of the brain that is involved in fine-tuning our motor movements, also seems to play a crucial role in our internal sense of timing, our ability to perceive the duration of short intervals with a high degree of precision. But perhaps the most fascinating insight from modern neuroscience is the idea that our conscious experience of the present moment is not an instantaneous knife-edge point in time. It is a smeared-out, constructed reality, a small window of time known as the specious present, over which our brain integrates the information from our senses to create the smooth, continuous flow of our conscious experience. This window is thought to be a few seconds long. What we experience as now is not a single, infinitesimal instant, but a short, dynamic interval that contains both the fading echoes of the immediate past and the rising premonitions of the near future. This could be the neurological basis for our powerful illusion of a flowing, moving time. If our brains are constantly stitching together these overlapping temporal windows, then the result would be the seamless, cinematic experience of a continuous, unfolding reality. It would also explain why we perceive motion as a smooth flow, rather than as a series of jerky, discrete snapshots, like an old, flickering film. But if our experience of time is a construct of our brains, what does this mean for the objective, physical nature of time itself? Some physicists and philosophers, taking this idea to its logical conclusion, have argued that if our consciousness is what creates the illusion of a flowing, forward-moving time, then time, as we subjectively perceive it, may not be a fundamental aspect of the universe at all. In this view, the universe does not move through time. It is our minds, our consciousness, that creates the illusion of movement. This is an idea that finds a strange and powerful resonance in the world of quantum mechanics. As we have seen, the quantum world is a world of probability and potential, a world where particles can exist in a superposition of multiple states at once. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that time, at this fundamental quantum level, may not have a well-defined direction, or may not even exist at all in the classical sense. It may only be at the macroscopic level, at the level of our classical measuring devices and our classical conscious brains, that a definite directional arrow of time emerges. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, that spooky, non-local connection between particles, is a powerful hint that the universe may be more holistic and less sequential than our classical intuition would lead us to believe. If two entangled particles can share information instantaneously, regardless of the distance between them, then this seems to challenge our very notion of a time that is defined by the local, light-speed limited transmission of information. Some have even gone so far as to suggest that time itself may be an emergent property of entanglement. In this radical and highly speculative picture, the flow of time is a consequence of the increasing entanglement between different parts of the universe. The more things become interconnected, the more complex the network of quantum correlations becomes, the more a definite and directional sense of time emerges. This is a breathtaking idea. It suggests that time is not a pre-existing, absolute background, but is a dynamic and relational property of the universe, a property that is being constantly created by the ongoing quantum interactions between its parts. And this opens the door to an even deeper and more profound question. If the human experience of time is a product of our specific biological and classical brains, could there be other forms of consciousness, other kinds of minds, whether artificial or biological, or something far beyond our current comprehension, that experience time in a completely different way? Our consciousness is bound to the linear, sequential processing of information that is characteristic of our neural architecture. But an artificial intelligence, especially a future quantum AI, might not be so constrained. A quantum computer, with its ability to exist in a vast superpositional state, could, in theory, process a huge number of different parallel timelines at once. It might be able to experience the future not as a single, unknown path, but as a rich, probabilistic landscape of possibilities. It might be able to experience the past not as a fixed, linear memory, but as a multi-layered quantum archive that can be accessed and reinterpreted in new and non-linear ways. Or consider a hypothetical, higher dimensional being. Just as we, as three-dimensional beings, can perceive a two-dimensional drawing all at once, a being that existed in a higher temporal dimension might be able to perceive our entire four-dimensional block universe, our past, our present, our future, as a single, unified, and timeless whole. For such a being, the concept of a flowing time would be as nonsensical as the idea of a flowing space is to us. These are, of course, speculative fictions, but they are fictions that are grounded in the real and deeply puzzling nature of time as it is revealed by our best scientific theories, and they bring us back full circle to the question of our own human free will. If we live in a deterministic block universe, our feeling of choice is an illusion. If we live in a probabilistic quantum universe, our choices may be real, but they may be driven by the random, unpredictable nature of the quantum world, which does not seem to give us any more control over our own destiny. The relationship between consciousness, time, and free will remains one of the deepest and most intractable mysteries in all of human thought. And the paradoxes do not stop there. The very nature of our memory, our ability to access the past, is a profound puzzle. Why can we remember the past, but not the future? The thermodynamic arrow of time provides a partial answer. The past is a state of lower entropy, and the process of creating a memory is a process that increases the overall entropy of the universe. So, it is thermodynamically easy to remember the past, but hard to remember the future. But this does not feel like a complete explanation. The subjective, qualitative feel of a memory is something that is not captured by the equations of thermodynamics. And the strange, and often unsettling, results from neuroscience, which suggests that our brains may be making decisions before we are consciously aware of them. Add another layer of complexity to the puzzle. Are we the authors of our own thoughts and actions? Or are we just the passive witnesses to a complex and largely unconscious neural computation? The quest to understand the relationship between time and consciousness is a quest that is still in its infancy. But it is a quest that is taking us to the very heart of what it means to be a conscious, living, and time-bound being in a vast, strange, and beautiful universe. And as we continue to explore the mysteries of the cosmos, we may find that the deepest secrets of all are not hidden in the distant stars, but in the silent, mysterious, and endlessly fascinating workings of our own human minds. The deep and mysterious nature of time, with its strange paradoxes and its profound philosophical implications, is not just a subject for theoretical physicists and contemplative philosophers. It is a reality that is woven into the very fabric of our everyday lives, a reality that we are constantly navigating, often without even being aware of it. And in this navigation, we are confronted, again and again, with the fundamental and often unsettling tension between the deterministic and the probabilistic, between the fixed and the fluid, between the fate that is written and the future that is open. The observer effect in quantum mechanics, the strange and beautiful fact that the very act of looking at a particle can change its state, is a powerful and direct challenge to our classical notion of an objective, pre-existing reality. It suggests that the past itself may not be as fixed and as solid as we assume. If the state of a quantum particle is not determined until it is measured, then could the past history of that particle also be, in some sense, indeterminate until it is observed? This is the core idea behind the delayed choice thought experiment, first proposed by John Wheeler. In this experiment, a particle is sent towards a double-slit apparatus, but the decision of whether to measure which slit it goes through or to measure its interference pattern is made after the particle has already passed through the slits. And the bizarre result is that the particle seems to know in advance which measurement will be made, and it behaves accordingly. If we choose to measure its path, it behaves as if it had gone through only one slit. If we choose to measure its interference pattern, it behaves as if it had gone through both. It is as if our choice in the present can reach back in time and influence the particle's past behavior. This phenomenon, which has been experimentally confirmed, is known as retrocausality, and it is one of the most mind-bending and deeply mysterious aspects of the quantum world. It does not mean that we can send a message back in time to change history in a way that would lead to a paradox, but it does suggest that the relationship between the past, the present, and the future is a far more subtle, more holistic, and more deeply entangled one than our classical, linear intuition would ever allow. It hints at a reality where the past is not a fixed, immutable record, but is a fluid, probabilistic landscape, a landscape that only solidifies into a definite history when it is observed, when it is measured, when it is remembered. This strange quantum fluidity of the past is mirrored by the deep and unresolved paradox of information in the future, the black hole information paradox. This paradox, as we have seen, is the stark and seemingly irreconcilable conflict between the prediction of general relativity that information is destroyed when it falls into a black hole, and the prediction of quantum mechanics that information can never be lost. The resolution of this paradox is thought to lie in a deeper, and as yet unknown, theory of quantum gravity. And one of the most promising ideas to emerge from this search is the holographic principle. This principle, as we have discussed, suggests that the entire three-dimensional reality of our universe may be a holographic projection of information that is encoded on a distant two-dimensional surface. If this is true, then time itself may not be a fundamental aspect of reality. It may be an emergent property, a part of the three-dimensional illusion, a secondary effect of a deeper, and perhaps timeless, two-dimensional, informational reality. We may only perceive time because we are, in a sense, trapped inside the hologram, forced to experience the unfolding of this informational projection in a sequential, linear way. If we could somehow step outside of the hologram, if we could access the underlying two-dimensional code directly, we might see the entire history of the universe, its past, its present, its future laid out all at once. A vast, static, and timeless tapestry of pure information. This is a breathtaking and deeply abstract idea, but it is an idea that is grounded in the rigorous mathematics of modern theoretical physics. And it is an idea that has a strange and powerful resonance with our own subjective experience. The human mind itself can be seen as a kind of holographic system. Our consciousness is not located in a single point in the brain. It is a distributed, holistic phenomenon, an emergent property of the complex, interconnected network of billions of neurons. And our experience of time is not a simple, linear reading of an external clock. It is a rich, multi-layered, and deeply personal construction, a story that we are constantly weaving from the threads of memory, of perception, and of anticipation. Could it be that our own conscious experience of a flowing, moving time is a clue, a hint, a subjective reflection of the deep, holographic, and perhaps ultimately timeless nature of the universe itself, and what of our own human place in this strange and beautiful, and perhaps illusory, temporal landscape? If time is not what it seems, if the past is fluid and the future is fixed, or if both are part of a timeless, holographic whole, then what does this mean for our sense of agency, for our feeling of free will? The debate between free will and determinism is an ancient one, and the new physics of the 20th and 21st centuries has not resolved it. It has only made it deeper and more interesting. If we live in a deterministic, block universe, then our feeling of choice is an illusion. But even in this picture, our choices still matter. The version of you that is laid out in the space-time block is the version that is the result of a long and complex process of deliberation, of moral reasoning, of conscious choice. The choices are part of the static landscape, but they are still your choices. The quantum world, with its inherent randomness, seems to offer a way out of this deterministic picture, but it is a solution that comes with its own deep problems. If our choices are ultimately driven by the random, probabilistic nature of quantum fluctuations in our brains, then in what sense are they our choices? Randomness is not the same as freedom. A decision that is the result of a random quantum roll of the dice does not feel any more free than a decision that is the result of a deterministic, classical chain of cause and effect. Perhaps the answer lies in a new, and as yet undeveloped, understanding of the relationship between mind and matter. Perhaps consciousness is not just a passive witness to the quantum world, but is an active participant, a force that can somehow influence the outcome of quantum events, that can steer the probabilities in a way that is neither purely deterministic nor purely random. This is a radical and highly controversial idea, but it is one that is being explored by some of the most courageous and creative thinkers on the frontiers of science and philosophy. It is an idea that suggests that we are not just puppets of either classical determinism or quantum chance, but are genuine, creative agents in the unfolding of reality. And this is a vision of our place in the cosmos that is both deeply empowering and profoundly responsible. As our scientific understanding of time continues to evolve, as we continue to probe the strange and beautiful mysteries of the quantum world and the cosmos, we are not just learning about the universe, we are also learning about ourselves. We are learning that our reality is far more subtle, more complex, and more deeply interconnected than we ever imagined. And we are learning that our own conscious experience, with all its beauty, its fragility, and its deep temporal mystery, may be a crucial, and perhaps even central, part of the grand cosmic story. The question of whether we can ever truly travel through time, whether we can break free from the relentless forward march of the present moment, is a question that has captivated the human imagination for centuries. It is the ultimate dream of escape, of second chances, of a mastery over our own and the universe's destiny. And as we have seen, the laws of physics, as we currently understand them, do not entirely slam the door on this possibility. The journey forward in time is not just a theoretical possibility. It is a proven and well understood consequence of Einstein's theory of relativity. An astronaut in a fast-moving spaceship is a real bona fide time traveler, returning to an Earth that is older than they are. The journey backward in time, however, is a far more problematic and far more speculative proposition. The paradoxes of causality, the immense and perhaps impossible engineering challenges, the potential violation of fundamental physical principles like the second law of thermodynamics, all of these seem to conspire to make the past an unreachable and perhaps forbidden country. And yet, the question lingers. If time is truly just another dimension, like space, why can we only move through it in one direction? Why does the universe have such a strong and seemingly unbreakable arrow of time? The answer may be that we are asking the wrong question. Perhaps time travel is not about building a machine that can carry our physical bodies through a fourth dimension. Perhaps true time travel is a more subtle, more informational, and more deeply conscious phenomenon. The quantum world, with its strange, non-local connections and its fluid, probabilistic nature, may offer a different kind of portal through time. The phenomenon of retrocausality, as seen in the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, suggests that our choices in the present can have a real and measurable effect on the past. This is not the kind of time travel that would allow you to go back and prevent a historical tragedy, but it is a kind of time travel that suggests that the past is not a fixed, dead, and immutable thing. It is a living, responsive reality. A reality that is in a constant, dynamic dialogue with the present and the future. Our memory itself can be seen as a form of time travel. When we remember a past event, we are not just passively replaying a fixed mental recording. We are actively and creatively reconstructing the past in the present. And in this process of reconstruction, we can change the meaning, the emotional resonance, and the influence of the past on our present lives. This is the basis of many forms of psychotherapy. The idea that by revisiting and reinterpreting the past, we can free ourselves from its grip and open up new possibilities for the future. This is a kind of informational time travel, a journey that is not through physical space, but through the rich and often treacherous landscape of our own personal history. But what of the future? Is it a completely open and unwritten book, or are there ways in which we can get a glimpse of what is to come? The universe, in its strange and beautiful way, may be constantly sending us messages from the future. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, the instantaneous connection between distant particles, is a hint that the universe may be more holistic and less sequential than we think. Some have even speculated that our own human intuition, the sudden flash of insight, the gut feeling that seems to come from nowhere, may be a form of temporal entanglement, a subtle, unconscious connection to our own future states. This is, of course, a highly speculative idea, but it is one that speaks to a deep and universal human experience. The greatest barrier to our understanding of time and of the possibility of time travel may not be a physical one, but a conceptual one. We are so deeply and powerfully conditioned by our linear, sequential experience of time that it is almost impossible for us to imagine a different kind of reality. But the universe, in its strange quantum heart, may be constantly inviting us to do just that. It may be whispering to us, in the language of paradoxes and probabilities, that the past, the present, and the future are not as separate, not as solid, and not as unchangeable as we believe them to be. The ultimate resolution to the puzzle of time travel may not come from a new, grand theory of physics or from the construction of a fantastic new machine. It may come from a shift in our own consciousness, from a new and more profound understanding of our own temporal nature. Perhaps we are all already time travelers, constantly navigating a multidimensional and deeply mysterious temporal landscape, a landscape where the past is always present, the future is always potential, and the now is the magical, creative point where it all comes together. The universe is vast, it is mysterious, and it is full of unanswered questions, and the nature of time is, perhaps, the greatest of these. But the quest to understand it, the journey to explore its limits, its paradoxes, its possibilities, is one of the most exciting, most profound, and most deeply human adventures of all. And it is a journey that is still in its very early stages. The future of our understanding of time is as open and as full of potential as the future of the universe itself.